because apparently quality options are no longer a thing on Twitch. So let me just settle. Gotta see a couple of things on the stream before I go too much further. Oh, hi Anishel, where are you?
The original, you call it,
All right. What are we working with here? What are we working with here? What are we working with here? Cool. All right. So we do have quality options. I'm just going to get rid of the old video file. Okay, so lots to talk about at the start. I'll try not to keep from the game for too much. So I'm starting a bit later tonight. In reality, I normally take the Canadian holidays off, and today is Victoria Day. So I really needed the extra time off, if I'm completely honest. And unfortunately, this afternoon was spent all on meeting obligations that wound up taking priority over the other obligations. So I've been working on a project with someone. There's a bunch of work that I wanted to do on that, and that didn't happen. Next up, I wanted to record an Elder Scrolls episode, and GOG after... Okay, so here's something interesting about GOG Galaxy. It has 1 gigabyte of... logs. I was not happy to see that, so got rid of it. But in my efforts to clean it, I broke something on it, so I reinstalled it, but then it had me manually reconnect all of the games, and it decided to helpfully sort of verify, hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? Verify the contents of the file. What do I want to say? Verify the Morrowind folder. And what that did was that broke everything about my current state for the Elder Scrolls Morrowind. So I still need to record an episode, even though that's going to be coming online tomorrow. I have the work that I wanted to do today that still needs to get done. I'm an hour late to starting to cast, and just generally it's all so but with that in mind, I really like Stellaris, and as you can see, there was a new patch which might create some problems for me too. So I am gonna take a quick minute here. There is actually a way that you can save your Stellaris games, and I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure if I want to revert to an old version of Stellaris or if I just want to start a new session if it comes down to that. But hello, it's Midori Musha. Thanks for stopping by. No tech issues. I got them fixed now, Uncle Cranky, but it quite literally took me 2.5 hours. And then I got a call from my family, which wound up taking an hour that I hadn't planned, and then again there's still all the work that I need to do today. So all this is to say it might be a little bit of a shorter stream, but I did want to get a little extra Stellaris in tonight if I could. So and it is the 4th anniversary of Stellaris. I believe it had a free weekend. It might be over now, but it says here that this is Vern, but I believe we're on Wells now, so Stellaris 2.6. Vern, greetings, Stellaris has been updated. There is now a galactic community which can be formed once empires have established communication. Yes, interesting. So this looks like this is the message for the old... Yeah, this is the message for the 2.6 patch, not the 2.7 patch. So hopefully, the new update hasn't. Yeah, you know, Uncle Cranky, you're definitely not too stupid to play this game. But what is true for a lot of Paradox games, and I include Surviving Mars in this, is that there is a totally different perspective about how much effort Also, Midori Misha, I forgot to say, I didn't get a chance to thank you earlier. I think you followed the stream when I was offline, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you for that. You must have found the channel through Cultist Simulator if I play the odds. Although maybe I saw you in a channel and I'm forgetting. Maka the Baka says, what are your thoughts on how federations work now, specifically how the AI acts while in one with you? Are you talking about after the 2.7 patch, which I'm just playing now, or are you talking about the way that AIs work in federations from the like, are you talking about the changes that were brought in by the new DLC, or are you talking about the most recent changes? Because I won't have experienced any of those. The way it works now doesn't clarify that for me, Maka the Baka. So there is a patch in there's a 2.7 patch, which I have quite literally just opened in front of me. If you're, on the other hand, you're talking about the 2.6 patch, which was the patch that was introduced in Federations, I can talk about that. So what you want to look at for that, Maka, would be, let me get the, let me take a look at a potential invitee. Sure, alright. So offer association oh. Damn it. This is going to be harder than I thought. You don't know because you haven't played for a while since before the Federation. But aren't you saying, like, sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding your messages. Like, aren't you saying that you don't like the way this currently works because the AI doesn't invite people to federations? Or am I misunderstanding? Anyway, one way you can sort of tease out some of this is to say, will not join a federation with the consolidated Calaxian commonalities. So this is because someone has become a vassal to one of the Federation members. Yeah, so basically what you do, this is true of every Paradox game. If you're not clear on why something's happening, your best friend would be to put your mouse over. So in this case, if I wanted to invite the Neborite Republican territories, what's going on with that? Well, the Great Astwani polity would want this. And notice here, it's actually specifically, so these guys are enemies, or at least they used to be. But in this particular case here, it is specifically because it's me proposing it as opposed to someone else. The Econo Trading Consortium, again, similar ID. Oh, no, sorry. It was the Raxar entity. Raxar entity were enemies. The Great Astwani polity and the Econo Trading Consortium don't necessarily like these guys, but they like me enough that that they'll say, okay, I'm fine with that. Now, the fact of the matter is that these guys will not join because the Raxar entity and the consolidated Calaxian commonalities are in there. But the biggest thing that I can say is most of the time that the AI is going to hate the inclusion of someone is usually because there's a difference in terms of the diplomatic stances or the war philosophies. That's usually a big one. Or it's because of some other kind of other consideration in terms of the way that the political landscape could work. They're either in a rivalry, they consider them a potential target for acquisition. There could be a number of reasons, but yeah, basically federations are not just like most things in Stellaris. You're not able to just sort of throw your weight around and force people to do things that you want. you do need to present sort of an enticing enough offer to your allies to do it. Okay, I mean, that's an option too. You can leave the Federation. All right, so I think one of the things that I said, I was kind of really hammering on trying to, get the different territories sort of the different systems expanded into, and I've got a huge unemployment problem. So the first thing that I was going to do on the stream today, again, I wasn't thinking that I was going to have a bunch of stress from trying to get Morrowind working again. But one of the big things for me right now is to just go through this outliner before we unpause the game, make sure that my industrial base is in order, and then we can start worrying about things like the Federation. We can start worrying about the Neverite Republican territories and so on and so forth. It is Uncle Cranky. It's a pre-recorded thing though, so I was trying to record that over the weekend, and again, GOG's quote-unquote helpfulness was the thing that resulted in me losing 2.5 hours of my life to trying to get all my... I quite literally reinstalled every single mod and then had to fight with it for an hour afterwards, so not my favorite experience. So we've got Mavel, Waleus, and Meneth. Oh no, Meneth is... No, sorry. Meneth is the resort world, so we're still pushing ahead on that. Yidra... Oh, that's right. I need to upgrade the administrative offices to get me... to get some specialists, and I need to do that quick. Obasiak, I feel like Obasiak is just me failing to take care of my other priorities. I think I was going to turn this into a potential... I think I was potentially going to turn this into an Ecumenopolis. Miles 4K, how you doing? Sorry, especially for the new people. This is probably a bit of a clown show to be coming into, but I wasn't supposed to be casting today anyway. All right, so let's think about our assignments. So we've got Mavel Prime. I guess I should take a look at... So for this outliner, some of my favorite planets are ones like Sayuvis, which have got 15 jobs, or Mescaban, which have got 13 jobs. The other one that I might want to consider would be worlds that are just on the verge of me being able to... Exactly, Uncle Cranky. Worlds that, I've got a lot of slack and I've got the space to house people. Delcor would also be a world where I want to do some stuff like this, but the problem is that Delcor has got 19 jobs available and absolutely no housing. So I need to be working a little bit further. How far is it in this playthrough? We've been playing for a while, so we started this when Federations first came out. I can never remember when does the game start in 2200? I feel like it does. But yeah, we've definitely been... This is... if we're not officially in the late game, we're definitely getting close. We've had the Great Khan. We've now eclipsed the Fallen Empires. And we're either waiting for an endgame event to happen or we're waiting for 2500 to stop by. So this game ends in 118 years no matter what. So again, we still have time, but we're definitely past the halfway. I'd say at the very least we're past the halfway point, and I definitely want to strengthen my position a little bit more to make sure that I keep ahead. Right, I said I was going to be moving a bunch of people in, so it would be kind of nice to consider what these different worlds are generating, but I think right now I'm just going to prioritize getting the people who are unemployed into slightly better... Oh, did I want you on Mescaban? Yep, that's still fine. All right, what's going on with Meneth? I thought you were... Oh, that's right. No, they lose... So I lost one job because of the population count, so that's fine. Yidra I'm not touching because they have got some specialists, which I'm gonna build some upgraded buildings that we can get into. And then Obasiak, I think we actually have, yeah, so we've got some city districts on the way. I don't need to worry about the unemployment there. So it's not quite as bad as I thought it would be. Now we've got some civilian fabricators. Oh yes, that's right. All right, well, we don't have unemployment problems, so this city district should be getting at or near the top. I think in this case, this is the highest priority that we can be working on. Obviously, being able to address the unhappiness coming from overcrowding and the lack of amenities is a higher priority than being able to build a consumer goods job that nobody's actually going to be working. Okay, that was not as hard as I thought it would be on the outliner. Peel... clearly, we've been focusing on energy for them. How are we for exotic gases? I feel like we've spoken for most of the exotic gases, but this is going to be a power generator, so I think I'm okay upgrading that. Now, the bigger question... What else am I doing with this world? If I want, I can do another bioreactor, but I feel like at that point I'm kind of kicking the can down the road in an uninteresting way, and we're definitely going to need to find more jobs for people. So what else can this planet do? We've given them a holotheater, we've given them military bases. I could build a stronghold. If I'm worried about employment... I could give them a stronghold. I think I'm going to put down a commercial zone right now. That's going to give me a little bit of wriggle room as far as the jobs are concerned. You tried out the game while it was free on Steam. You got absolutely ruined by a robot crisis. So you're when you say the robot crisis, you're talking about the end game event, right? I think it's called the contingency. Or are you referring to the the robot rebellion, which we actually had to deal with down here? Okay, yeah. I suspect the contingency might be something that happens because we've got 2 AI fallen empires in the galaxy, but I'll be honest with you, I don't actually have a good end game plan. All right, so it looks like we've got the core, the sail. So we're upgrading at the sail right now. But I definitely need to give them some more ships. So what's going on with my main shipyard? Looks like they're only upgrading. Okay. So this gives me some priorities as far as alloys are concerned. So I guess I'll just go with what the outliner says. So we need 2 cruisers, a destroyer, and a handful of corvettes. I can only afford one. Alright, that's taken care of. I'm holding off on my last ascension perk because I would like to I'd like to make sure that I'm not or that I have the option when an end game event comes by. Yeah, okay, sorry, I forgot. I started answering something that you said, and then I sort of fell off the train of thought. The big thing about Paradox games, and this is true for Surviving Mars, this is true for Stellaris, this is true for a lot of these types of games, is that there's a shift in terms of what's expected of a player when they first step into the game. So I think a decent example here would be I've played a game called Dominions. There's Dominions 4, there's also Dominions 5. And the thing about Dominions is that it has got like an over 100-page manual, which, you know, it does have a tutorial, but even then you're reading the tutorial. There's definitely quite a bit that needs to be done. I'm just getting an idea about why my cohesion is so deplorable. We've got 7 envoys assigned, high centralization, which makes sense. The different ethics are definitely a problem, and having a large federation seems to be a problem here. I think the big problem is if I leave the federation, my my consumer goods economy collapses. So what I probably want to do, either want to grow so big that I gobble up the federation, or I want to grow so big that when I finally turn on my federation, I just barrel over the enemy. But the big thing about like playing a game like Stellaris or Europa, or even the games, I'd say to a certain extent Age of Wonders, Planetfall, and all of that, like it's not at the Dominions level where you need to read a 100-page manual to really get the most out of the game. But a lot of games are simple enough that they will build in sort of, you know, push space to jump over an obstacle, and then you have a bit where you crawl through vents, and it's sort of like, okay, now you know everything you need to know about the game. Or, you know, the whole thing that made Magic the Gathering appealing, and this is why, of course, Hearthstone and now Legends of Runeterra and similar card games, why they're so appealing, is the set of rules in terms of here's how the turns go and here are the actions that you can take is very straightforward. And a lot of the complexity of the game comes from individually what happens on cards. So half of the rules of the game, or maybe even more than half of the rules of the game, are actually printed on the cards themselves and only become relevant when those cards are played. Now, you can't necessarily play the game at a high level unless you understand what the potential of certain cards are, but you're not going to be completely... Like, you're not going to be completely lost if you don't understand every single card that's in a card game. So I would say probably Paradox games, and they're getting better at this, but they're starting from quite a hole, is that a game like Stellaris has a tutorial. It'll onboard you to a certain extent. But part of its promise is the fact that it gives you a lot of variety in terms of what you can do and some approaches that you might want to take. Generally, if somebody's talking to you about the quote-unquote right way to play a Paradox game, the best that they can really hope for is something that is easy to understand to start off with, rather than some strictly dominant strategy. Because the point of it is, you know, you have a good time in your little space sandbox. And so... yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I genuinely believe that this is the type of game that anyone can get into. It's not a question of intelligence. But the catch is that if your alternatives are ones that require a lot less upfront effort, it may be that Stellaris just isn't worth the time learning, which is obviously a shame, because I think, you know, the world of this game. This is probably not a bad time for me to point out that I was given a press key for Federations as well as Stellaris and basically everything but plantoids and humanoids. I was even given the species pack for the lithoids. But yeah, with that out of the way, like, there's a reason why I keep streaming this game. You're not going to sit here and say you're too stupid to understand all the Paradox game. You got your head around Magicka just fine. Oh yeah, actually, so yeah, Magicka's a fun one, because that Magicka was actually made under the old Paradox. Alright, so for some reason it didn't want... Oh, you know what? It probably canceled healthcare campaigns because I'm now a bunch of cyborgs. Or maybe they changed it here. So a lot of these are now infants. I'm also trying to get on top of what the 2.7 changes were. So we got Fortify the Border, Nutritional Plentitude, lasts until cancelled, Fleet Super... Oh wow, some of these edicts are really interesting. So we can higher upkeep... This actually seems like a really good one, especially for the diplomatic weight. So I'm going to go for that. Diplomatic grants. Spend 100 for envoy. Yeah, actually, this is definitely... Oh. Ah, okay, so that is an edict cap. I should have been paying attention to that. But maybe I just want to eat all the sprawl and take... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go crazy on these. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, they won't let me do any more. For now. I want to see what the effect on my Empire Sprawl from that is. Yeah, so I definitely want to have a lot more of these administrative headquarters down, but I actually think this is worth it.
Analyzed.
Because I know I can get more of the sprawl. So what are we looking at? Yeah, it's the tech cost that worries me the most, actually. So 50 months for all of this stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry to do this. I'm actually going to exit to desktop for a little bit. It did kind of tell me, it did sort of warn me what the effect would be, but... I believe I can get back to... All right, how you doing, Kignick? I think the thing is, I'm willing to eat all of that empire. I did see the percentage change on the in the top right hand corner. For some reason, I didn't register that as like a plus 50, plus 75% to total empire sprawl. And while losing a bunch of influence is not the end of the world, I figured it gives me a chance to say, okay, I know better, and I'll pick one edict that I want a lot, and then we'll see where I'm at with extra empire sprawl. I had a rough start to this, Kignick, so I spent the day trying to fix Morrowind, and I've got a bunch of stuff that I need to do otherwise. But we'll do our best. I think the thing that I'm a little annoyed by is that I kind of have my first 30 minutes. I did my little recap at the start, and it's kind of like I annihilated the last half hour, and I kind of feel like I'm going to be doing a shorter stream anyway. But that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to run through all of the decisions that I made before. Sorry for those of you that weren't here to hear me explain those before, but I don't want to get too bogged down in detail. So. All right, Ydra, right, it was Ydra and Obasiak that had their own business, so we'll be getting some extra administrative cap from this upgrade. Obasiak needs we'll build the city districts. Again, I think I'm going to pave this over, but we'll figure it out. Delcor, we moved the city district to the top priority, because why worry about expanding civilian factories when we don't have anybody to work the job. I suspect Ydra is still going to have other tasks that they need to do. Oh, actually, yeah, so we're already doing the administrative park. Yeah, you know what? I am still going to move the... I'm still going to move the regular worker. So you can also go to Mescaban. feel I kind of havered on this one. I think we ultimately decided on a commercial zone. We'll give them another city district as well, and we'll upgrade the capital. Right. Those are dealt with. So, obviously it was the edict that sank me. So what is the one thing that I get a free edict for as long as I want. I actually really like this change. So I am mostly inclined towards boosting my researchers because that's the main source of my power right now. An extra envoy would be nice, but let's start with the research subsidies. Planet deficits don't matter on their own, Miles 4K, but so you have your empire overall, but one thing you may want to consider, right? So let's say all of the goods that I needed were being produced here, and that an enemy winds up taking Thabit. That now means that my trade routes have been completely cut off. And it'll give you an idea in terms of how much trade value is passing through each of these nodes. And if ultimately in the peace deal you wind up cut off from the rest of the so this is a perfect example here. I wound up taking down this planet. You can be in some situations where you might want to have more access to things than you really do. So I don't want to be too cavalier about it. It's generally right to say that it doesn't matter, but there can be some, I guess, consequences in terms of what the in terms of your overall positioning if you focus too much on having a single planet. But in general, like, I tend to like specialization, so I tend to. I try to put a little bit of redundancy within the form. So, like, one problem here, right? Yidra, if that winds up taken, my entire administrative base is completely gone. But outside of that, just making sure that you don't present too tempting of a target to a potential rival, it won't matter that you've got large planet deficits. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I like specialize. It's not just multiplier buildings, it's the fact that you can designate a planet, or this is a bad example, you can designate a planet as a particular type. So this is a mining world. Well, does mining world make sense? No. What in God's name are you doing? Ah, yes, I see why. Because it has... I'm still not sure how I feel about that, to be honest, but I'm going to roll with it. Okay, overall goals right now, I want to find out when these guys stop their war, because I want to incorporate them. I want to slowly get my claims down. In fact, I can do this already with the cooperative of Menjusana. I want to work out what my next few conquests are going to be. And a lot of it, so it's really tempted to try and take Anaconis. I may wind up going for it anyway, just because I can. The problem is holding it is a whole other question. But let's start thinking about how I can get my hands on their delicious other worlds. So Bayou, Gitana, Avior. All right. So Gitana gives me a nice little choke point, and then of course I can claim this sector on my own. If I go for Avior, what would the next choke point be? This is where it gets complicated, actually. So maybe I want to go by the resources that I would be picking up. I love it when people tell me my game. I mean, I have been playing this for a few hours. Like, be kind of nice if we could assume that I'm not a complete idiot, but you do you. All right. I'm trying to think of the best way that I can bite these planets. I mean, it may be that the best option is to just like gobble all of this up. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, I mean that's a heavy influence cost, but these are definitely desirable worlds. All right, I'm locking that in. The next war I might even... So the thing is, we know that... we know that we kind of slapped him around last time. So maybe what I want to do, in terms of additional planets to claim, Kazak, Deltari... I mean, I can always pick them up on the other half of the war. But if I can sort of take all of these, then this basically just means we start going in and munching the capital. I think a representative cost, though, if Raprix cost us, what was it, 80 influence? We're definitely going to be seeing similar costs for all of these other ones. So it depends how long it takes us. Our peace deal lasts until... we got 9 more years. Okay, I'm just going to unpause and hope for the best. Okay, right. And I know not to touch any of the other edicts because I'm okay going over the Empire Sprawl. I'm not okay going that high over the Empire Sprawl. Just for context, right? The thing that freaked me out about that was we went from 12 months remaining to... Or sorry, like 12 months is sort of the higher cost to like 50 months for everything. And
interstellar debris analyzed.
The orange notification on the right... I don't see anything on the right. Are you talking about these? Just trying to think what the next step with my allies is. Oh, actually, here's a question. Okay, these guys... I'm a little nervous about the fact that the mandate of Vulu Umu is considered equivalent in terms of military strength. This is for Ascension perks. Oh yes, I forgot to build my mining station. Alright, my Juggernaut. I gotta figure out where that one's going. I guess I'll put that in Quiet Dark as well. Oh, but they don't have a... You know what? Let's get them crew quarters so I can see a reduction in my costs. Alright, as before, we've got a huge surplus of labor, so I'm still going to throw them all onto Mescaban. This, of course, is going to... Mescaban is going to be a lot less attractive for this move after a little while. Alright, Waleus. Again, it's important to remember that this is by design. A lot of these worlds have... worlds still have robot manufacturing still on them. Oh, well, this is a tricky one. So, Glirum. Gliderum. So, I can't really afford to... Yeah, okay, so I remember this one now. So I was going to make this one specialized towards sort of synthetic goods. The problem with that is that there aren't enough jobs that get generated from that. So my answer right now will be to drop 2 people onto the world.
Ship upgrades applied.
Basically, I need to drop 2 pops onto Glidirum to... actually, you know what? I can probably take one from Waleus if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I think Yidra doesn't have any... Oh, hey, you do have a worker. Great. So what that does is that frees up another one of these buttons here. Problem is I still need to find 5 jobs. You can't specialize your capital. I mean, other than just the way you would specialize a normal world, but you can't put you can't put a colony designation for one of these. If you try to do it on a capital world, it'll only give you one option. All right. Yeah, so the problem I'm running into, like, a stronghold kind of makes sense. Well, I can sort of kick the can down the road by giving myself another 5 clerks by upgrading this building. Well, you know what? Okay, this is an interesting idea. So we're going to go heavy on commerce on this world. That would imply that we also can put down a galactic stock exchange. So we're going to be short on rare crystals, but I can live with that. That's going to help me with unemployment on that world. The other thing that so one of the drawbacks that I'm running into with my setup right now too, I forgot to give these guys their replacements.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
2 cruisers. Let's get another destroyer in there really quick. And 9 corvettes. Okay, 1 corvette. Gotta make sure. Alright, we still have a couple of research jobs to do. But yeah, so when talking about specializing a capital world, so as it turns out, we went really heavy on research for this world, but basically, if you hold over, cannot set colony designation on a capital world, and then the Empire capital has its own designation, so bonus stability, bonus amenities, and bonus governing ethics attraction. The capital planet of an interstellar empire is a vast complex of government buildings and bureaus and agency headquarters. So there's a little bit of maneuvering that I can do. So for instance, I might want to consider switching over some of the agriculture districts to generator districts. This is because I've got an energy nexus. But notice that I'm actually a little bit shorter on food than I would normally want to be. The main reason for that is just I went a little crazy on... oh, you know what? Completely forgot to add this to my wish list. Alright. You are now part of my expansion pack. Ah! So apparently... when it says strongest claimer, I wish I had a little more clarity on what that exactly means. So I don't know if this means if I take this over myself that the Estwani move on it myself.
Construction
this is good.
completed.
Vegetaron is one that I want to add to the expansions. All right, edict duration 10%. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edict. So again, I'm usually just going for the cheapest tech here, although if it's military oriented, that makes me a little bit happier. I'll go for the added 15 administrative cap because I kind of need it wherever I can get. There's nothing military oriented. I can start moving people off the resort world again, so we'll put 1 to Qatar, although Qatar doesn't exactly have a ton of a ton of space. Obasiak and Gladirum are going to work into their own spots. All right, so this refinery world. Currently we've got 1 roboticist job, 2 executives, so we're going to create 3 new jobs out of this. Okay, so that'll take us up to 45. I believe this is going to be a refinery world as well, which means we're in a similar problem to the other world that became a refinery world. So let's start with... I think I'm going to go for an extra holo theater just because I can. I also forgot, Tile Surveyor is fantastic. So we have swept space with a strong scanning beam on the... we have swept our space with the strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic. And a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on X97. So as you can see, there's really large deposits that get discovered using that. The only drawback, of course, is the
interstellar debris analyzed.
Okay, 1 more special research project and then 2 sectors to examine.
Construction completed.
One decision I'm eventually going to have to make for myself. Okay, good. That's going to help me with my costs. One decision I'm eventually going to have to make for myself as far as my expansion intentions are. I definitely have some worlds where I've got trade agreements, and it would be nice to put down a few more branch offices because, of course, energy credits are going to enable the acquisition of other resources. But if I want to build more branch offices, that's going to require influence, which, again, I certainly have no shortage of. Of sources of influence. But I'm in a little bit of a tough spot. I think I might have missed. Oh no, they're just researching the last one. The drawback that I'm going to run into is that I want to try and claim as much as possible from the Cooperative of Menjusana, partially just because they're the only thing I can really come after right now. The Raxar entities already got their hands on terminal egress, so unless I want to go to war with them, and they're in my federation, I can't start a fight over that. I suppose I could try something against the mandate of Vulu Umu, but I believe we count as having a treaty with them because they were part of the last war. Yes. I'm curious whether or not apparently they're back up to strength with their fleets. This is one of the reasons I want to start taking off some of their planet. If you take a look at the distribution of their planets, there are a few over on the side here, but I know that these are the most developed, and so being able to move in so close to their capital worlds, and particularly being able to claim the black hole here with their L gate. Once we do that, we put them in the same problem that I have, which is they're relatively cut off from fast transport. All right, Flash Coolant 5. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. So this is what we got from looking at the scraps of our enemies. So this is actually not that expensive. So better tracking and chance to hit. While producing average results on standard tests, the accuracy of the enigmatic decoder's prediction algorithm seemingly increases as the target's flight path grows more erratic. Sure, let's go for it. Alright, so we're ignoring the... Okay, so comfort the following... Actually, this is something I need to look at. So, the lowest among us is still one of us, and we should come together to assist them in their time of need. Unemployed workers have their unhappiness penalty reduced by 10%. Diplomatic weight from tech minus 20%. Spiritual ethics, absolutely not. And I will veto it if I need to. Leverage privateering. Trade is the lifeblood of the galaxy. All members of the galactic community should contribute to a multinational space force to combat piracy and other threats to free commerce. Bonus diplomatic weight from economy, so I already like that. Bonus trade value, very good. Bureaucrat upkeep, that'll be a bit of a shame for me. Higher trade protection. Lower naval capacity, but you know what? I'm big on that. I might even use my emergency measure on that one. What are we currently evaluating? Moderate administrative sanction. Well, that just gives me more power. Looks like there's pretty heavy opposition to this, but... oh, actually, this is going to be kind of interesting. So the Cooperative of Menjusana, they hate us, so we know... But it's the Astwani polity who doesn't like this. Interesting. Okay. I know I don't have enough influence to be able to kick the Astwani out.
Research concluded.
Cross-linking weapon systems to fire in staggered volleys involves the improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. So again, we're going for tech, ideally military-oriented, that improves my ability to make war. Defense platform hull points is my lowest costing tech. It's going to take me a while to actually realize those gains. But it's a nice start. Okay, I think we needed some extra corvettes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, nice. So this fleet should be on its way to getting to full capacity. Also, I have a feeling that they've messed with the number. This is again why I really don't like every single time Every single time I don't use the fleet manager, there's always some guy who comes in and is like, hey, you know there's a fleet manager, right? And every single time I use it, I wind up in a situation like this where my numbers are completely wrong. So, let's take a look at the real template. 1 Titan, 7 battleships, 11 cruisers. So, I've got one too many cruisers in the ocean. No, not the ocean. Alright, so we'll take 2 of these guys out. This is fine because we've still got improvements that need to be done. Alright, so 11 cruisers, 20... So 11, 20, 34. 11, 20... Alright, so we got 26... 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Perfect. Alright, so the ocean's going to be the next one to get stuff. They do need those cruisers, so... I'm not even going to insist on what direction they go. I just want them to get there. Looks like they're going to take the long route. And I don't see any I mean, I don't know why I do this to myself, but 27. Nice.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
So I'll hit the upgrade button. It's not a huge priority for me, but we do need to start thinking about the ocean now. So the ocean's got 2 cruisers coming in. They've already got 1 in the stack. So in practice, they've got 10. All right, I want to keep an eye on this relationship. If these guys get into a defensive pact, that's going to make it hard for me to do little things like nibble away at their planets in the L cluster. So the Ocean actually only needs one new cruiser when it comes down to it. They need 5 destroyers and a ton of corvettes. Also, I can build another Titan. Or at least I will when I have the money for it. What is the ship fraction thing for military fleets? The first number is the number of I'm not sure what you're talking about. When you say the ship are you talking about this number? The naval capacity? It's the number that you have versus the number that your current capacity is. But it's not a hard limit. If you go over it, it just means that your costs go higher. And I mean, given the fact that I have so much money, like I really don't worry about that. In practice, it's not all that much of a deterrent. As you can see, I've got a ton of cash, so I pretty much just bought a new Titan because I could. Have versus want. But again, it's not actually going to...
Construction
like the problem with it is when you build ships into it, it's going to make that number go up. So even if you do assign a template, that template's going to change as soon as you add extra people. I am going to use my emergency measure. I'm a little curious why it says Cooperative Menjusana here. Oh, I guess they were the one to bring it, but in any case, I definitely want the extra protection, and it looks like the majority of the community is alongside of it, so... the administrative sanctions went through. Let's see how the war is going. I suspect that this war that I want to take advantage of is not going to end anytime soon.
Ship upgrades applied.
Yeah, so they are the aggressor. It looks like the defenders are winning. Alright, apparently I still have more. So this is 34 is the number of corvettes I have, 34 is the number that I want. But if I were to add... So if in the core I were to build a new corvette, that number would go from 34 to 35. I don't consider that a desirable feature of the fleet planner, but that's the fleet planner we've been given, so... Another Titan, Omnissiah be praised. Uncle Craig, so this is one of the reasons why I actually think you'd really like, Stellaris. You don't have to play it this way, but if you were so inclined, like you could build your own like Warhammer 40k themed species. All right, so now this says 191. There we go. So there's like no lock button or anything like that. So as soon as I build more corvettes, that's just gonna fill up to the limit. It's a shame. Like in principle, the fleet manager is a really helpful idea, and in practice, it winds up being kind of frustrating. But yeah, like the biggest thing is that if you're all about the 40k, you can actually build your own. It's relatively easy to create. The species from Warhammer 40k inside of this. Or, you know, in my case, I really like as the opportunity to sort of... Like, I'm clearly never going to write, like, a short story or anything like that. I've been completely ignoring my, my other... Holy crap! Man, we've come a long way. Remember when I used to have a huge deficit of consumer goods? Like, I'm never going to write a short story. But it sure is fun to be able to come up with a little science fiction world on my own when creating the different species. Like that's a thing that I really get out of this. But if instead, you know, you get to play the Warhammer 40k game that you never actually got to play, I think there's a lot of value in doing that in this game as well. You absolutely could, actually. If you're... I know my timings don't always work that well for you, Cranky, but if you are around at the end of the stream, I will show you a really quick way you could make the Imperium of Man. It's maybe not going to be the last word on it. Okay, so I've got specialists and 2 workers that I need to deploy. I mean, I may just let the specialists rot. Well, tough to say, tough to say. Gotta find a new home for these guys. Oh, actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I gotta find that civilian fabricator world. Yeah, so you are gonna get the surplus on Ydra. The specialist surplus on Ydra. Hey, Miss Ariella, thank you very much for the... Why is my alert box not working anymore? Could somebody please subscribe to find it? No. Yeah, so you would play xenophobic xenophobic spiritualist militarist. All right, guys. For those of you who don't know them, I have a little bit more of a pulse than when I normally do these things. I'll do this in order because both of you are in the same region. We have got Uncle Cranky, who is a mod for Outworld and a streamer in his own right. So he has been doing. He's been doing Knights of the Old Republic, or Coder of the Old Republic, as I am fond of saying. I believe it is your first time playing that game, if I'm not mistaken. I've actually not played. I've not played it myself, so I can't tell you whether he's doing a good job or a bad job. But he's definitely having some fun with it. And despite his name, he is actually a big old sweetheart, and I'm sure you'll all have a great time hanging out with him. He's also particularly good because I notice there's a lot of people who come in at the end of my cast, and I do tend to go later when that happens, but I'm not always able to do that. Tonight might be a really good example of that. So I always feel safe putting people in the hands of Uncle Cranky. And then on top of that, we have got Miss Ariella, who's a very dear friend and someone I know from back in Vancouver when I lived there, or when we both lived there. But she's been doing a little bit of everything. She's most recently finished the Book of Unwritten Tales, and I can particularly commend her or condemn her, depending on your opinions on these things. But she was nice enough not just to read the most recent blog that I put out on the Unreal Engine tech demo, but she read it live on cast, so I could get the live feedback up to and including the typos that I did not properly address at the time of writing. The only problem is I'm not sure what you're going to be... I think you're doing Hollow Knight now, which I know is a game a few people have asked me to stream in the past. So if you are a Hollow Knight fan, Ariella, you would do worse than check out Ariella's site. You're going to make it a thing. Kind of do a few different things trying to come up with a way to break up Sundays. I think you should play Frostpunk. Frostpunk and This War of Mine are your two best bets. I need a minute to think about what I want to do with Ublian. I'm going to do a quick audit of my existing world. So Radamario... Alright, I'm going to replace you with City Disk. So this is basically my Forge paradise. Until I get rid of the robot assembly plants, there's nothing else I can do to change. Wait a minute. I guess I can build extra ones. Alright, I'll live with that. I should play Fort Triumph, or Miss Ariella should play Fort Triumph? I like Fort Triumph quite a bit. It's just it comes down to the time that I have for each of the different games. So one thing I'm going to be doing with all of my worlds here is I want to see which ones are the next bureaucratic centers. So Vanico is a perfect example. Oh, actually, so let's get you some more. Oh, see, I'm caught in the same problem. All right, how am I? Oh, I'm getting a little low on crystals. So this will give me... I'll do 2 for now. This is going to be dicey. I actually need to see if Fort Triumph has done a recent update. I was kind of holding back on doing that until there was another... I mean, obviously there's more of the campaign that I can do, but I was kind of waiting on the... I was kind of waiting on the next phase before I pick that up again, but I wouldn't be opposed to it by any stretch of the imagination. Can only support 9 districts of this. Oh, because we're already building it, right. All right, and we've already got the Dust Desert down, so... Do I want another administrative office? I think I do. Seoul's ultimately going to get some more research labs, but I'll let that take its course. And I'm kind of obligated to make this one have a bunch of mineral-related stuff. But again, there's got to be a secondary priority for these guys. Let's start with Hollow Theaters. I can always do with the extra Unity. I'll explain, by the way, what you can do with Unity if you... See, this is the funny thing. I really don't need any more civilian industries right now. We're generating more than enough, so I should maybe be reconsidering... Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's switch this to a Forge world. The big question, of course, is how am I going to... How am I going to get the next available jobs in? Yeah, Vulcan. Fort Triumph is a lot of fun. That game's got a lot of very charming elements to it. So I will admit, so I wasn't originally going to say I don't really like, going into too much detail about what the future plans are, because the Epic sale is going on and I've picked up a bunch of really good games off of it. I was thinking of doing a few different games off the start from that sale, just to, basically, like, one that gives me a chance to play this stuff that I've picked up, which is nice. But on top of that, if somebody's going to find something that they want to play, better that they find it at a time when it's more affordable than when it's not. But I'm still not 100%. I'm deciding if I want a stock market or a... You know what? I think I'm going to put a... I'm going to put synthetic crystals down because I have a feeling I'm going to need more of those sooner rather than later. But yeah. So I've kind of been debating on that because it lets me play stuff I'm interested in. And the last thing I want to do is like play... Journey to a Savage Planet, I think, is a really interesting game that I haven't heard of a lot of people talk about. And so if someone can get it at a lower cost now, that's better for everyone. Whereas if, I play it 2 weeks after it's back on full price, then, it goes on a wish list and people either have to wait to play it or it never winds up getting picked up. But with that in mind, I should also check to see when Fort Triumph has got its next sale coming up. All right. So a couple things. So right now we're sitting on 130,000 Unity. So if I want, this is how Paradox got rid of the problem that Unity isn't that interesting once you get all of your ambitions, or not all of your ambitions. Once you get all of your ascension perks. So under edicts, so you got ambition, scientific revolution, desperate measures, fortress proclamation, architectural renaissance. So scientific revolution is a pretty obvious one for me, of 20% bonus in that last 15 years. Desperate measures will give me bonus ship build speed and home territory fire rate. I mean, again, that's not a big one for me because I don't personally, like, I'm on the offensive, not on the defensive. Fortress proclamation is kind of interesting because I do actually have a lot of upgrades I need to be doing to my existing bases, but I'm not entirely sure that's the strongest choice that I think can be going for right now. Architectural renaissance. Now the megastructure build speed is a nice one because that's going to give me some extra starbase capacity, and I do want that capacity. Hearts and Minds helps me get a little more unity in terms of my ideology, but I don't think that's the most important thing I could be going for right now. Omnifarious acquisition, bonus for minerals, a grand fleet, higher naval capacity and lower ship upkeep, and will to power 5 influence. That would be particularly helpful if I wanted to sort of do a lot of expansion, or if I wanted to try and get those extra branches down. But in this case, I think Scientific Revolution is the one I'm most interested in. What I am kind of curious about, though, I mean, to be honest with you, Uncle Cranky, even if you, you obviously know that I'm fine with that. I like the Epic Store quite a bit. I think the launcher has some improvements. Like, obviously, I wasn't crazy about the fact that I couldn't access my games for a short period of time. But, like, my view on this is that if you want the free games, like, you get yourself the option. You can always uninstall the launcher after the fact. Yeah, I mean, I'll also be honest with you. Like, I started getting the free games, and, like, now I'm paying them. So I'm sure that's the business strategy as it's working. But Grand Theft Auto 5 is a really compelling offer. That game is still on the top revenue charts, a long, long time after it was first released. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my calculator on my phone. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking about with this scientific revolution. So we got 15 years and what was it, 6 months? So I got 186 turns to get this thing running again. And it costs 81,475. I'm actually not quite sure how they determine that number, but I bet if I mouse over it, it'll say, nope, that's just a base cost. Okay, good to know. So basically, I need 438 a month to be able to renew Scientific Revolution. Now, I am currently generating 1,615 Unity. So in principle, I could run like 4 of these things and be able to renew them. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't need to get GTA to get the coupon. You just need to click on the sale. By the way, guys, if you are buying stuff on the sale, not to be too mercenary about it, but if you type System Chalk at checkout, I do get the credit through the Support a Creator program. And especially games like Old World actually have a really generous revenue share, so it can make the difference. But again, like if you have somebody else you want to support, that's fine too. That also applies, I believe, if you buy stuff in Dauntless or if you buy V-Bucks in Fortnite, you can put that name in as well. But yeah, I mean, basically anytime you buy something, like even if you lose the coupon, so like let's say you buy something, I think if you like buy it and return or something along those lines, I think you might wind up losing the coupon. But basically you just go back to the sale page, you click redeem your coupon, and like they'll give you another one. You keep getting that coupon until the sale is done, basically. All right. So, anyways, yeah. So basically, I need to be taking advantage of these ambitions a lot more than I have been. So definitely scientific revolution. I'm sitting on 49, so I can't afford any of these other ones right now. But we're sorted on that front. And then, oh, not resettle. The best thing for me to do with consumer goods right now, rather than sell them, is to distribute luxury goods. In fact, here's the question. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, or you know what, it'll just tell me in my planner. So if I go under species, or not species, contacts. 25 planets? Yeah, I can definitely afford to drown everyone in riches. So this will be easy. I actually think some of the planets, yeah, some of the planets don't even have 1,000. I think 1,000 is the upper bound on that cost. We'll also give you performance competition. So basically, it's bread and circuses. Everybody's getting luxury goods because we've got a surplus. So some of these, it doesn't really have a lot of. So the fact, like one of the big things for me, the reason I wanted I wanted to make sure that I could actually afford to do this on all the worlds. There's a higher immigration pull on some worlds, so I wanted to make sure that if I was going to be doing this, that I wanted to prioritize the worlds with, with sort of some gaps that I wanted to have. To sort of have addressed through the immigration, but in this case here, I'm in a nice spot where I can afford to just distribute the goods on every world. So there's none of my worlds wind up sort of picking the pocket of the other one as far as immigration is concerned. I do believe that that rival empires might suffer as a result of this. So my planets are now more attractive relative to the other ones. But there is going to be a nice amenities boost, and that amenities boost is going to improve productivity for a little while. But it's very clear that I've overcompensated in terms of my consumer goods. I definitely need to get alloys back on track, because, let's face it, I'm going to use them more often. And before I go too much further, let's make another batch of claims. So that's going to cost me 64. It's tempting, but let's think about some of the other goodies. So if I take Reshel, okay, that's going to take everything. Yeah, there's definitely a side of me that kind of wants to nab these, but being able to breathe down their neck at the capital. Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. The bounds of my invasion will take Kavzek and Esmike, and then however many of these systems I can sort of snatch up between now and when we declare war. All right, I think I'm ready to unpause again. All right, so this fleet's kind of where it needs to be. I hope I built that Titan, by the way. Titans take a while to... All right, you go to the top. I have multiple fleets sitting here. So the core is sort of my main fleet. I'm curious if Eurist has a... They don't. I'll give them a crew quarters for now, but I might change my mind on that. So this is partly just so... I mean, I'm kind of at the point now where I'm building improvements to defensive structures specifically so I can move... I can just make it easier to manage the upgrades that I'm doing. These guys need 5... Oh, hang on. They were due to get... Right, yeah, the Crest of Waves. Okay, so these guys are getting... These guys are already getting 2 cruisers. So that's 9, 10. So I need 1 more.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Okay, so there's 1 extra cruiser. Alright, we've got the enigmatic decoder. While producing average results in standard tests, the accuracy of the enigmatic decoder's prediction algorithm seemingly increases as the target's flight path grows more erratic. So, we will do... I like money, but I think the energy weapon attack speed is the least expensive. Okay, so we should be good for cruisers, and then let's do the destroyers next. Okay, that's 5 taken care of, and then we needed, was it 16? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be 12 more Corvettes. I could obviously get the Juggernaut in on this, but I don't really see much of a point. I believe this unemployment will resolve itself. Yeah, Radamario is going to take... So yeah, there's a point here where with Meneth I might want to consider upgrading the commercial hub and the housing. So that'd give me another 3 housing, another 5 jobs. Which I suppose means I would need to build another luxury residence, but we would at least be covered in terms of jobs for the next little while. It's tempting. I just think I need to make sure that all of my other worlds have been taken care of before I do any of that. Alright, Mavel continues to crank out the robots. I will actually slow down on this kind of expansion once I'm in a better place, but the fact that I've got worlds with double-digit job openings and double-digit housing suggests to me that I need to be building as many robot pops as I can. Okay. I believe Sol is already being... Yeah, Sol will be terraformed in less than a year, so that's good news. And I'm gonna go shopping for more... I think I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for the 28 influence to take S-Mike. I've got nothing but time as far as the peace treaty is concerned. All right, this makes me a little more nervous. The thing I'm a little worried about here is if the war goes too badly for them, I have a much smaller ally, or a much smaller subsidiary. Okay, Takvan looks like I was building that around energy, which makes enough sense.
Ship upgrades applied. Knowledge is the key to the universe.
We've not started capturing the exotic gases yet, so let's get the gas extraction well down first. Okay, bonus administrative cap, I'm always happy for that. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. So the starbase capacity is actually one of my higher priorities right now, but you'll notice that it's quite a bit more expensive than all of my other options. Another thing that's a little tempting here is the transgenic crops, and that's because I've been throwing a lot of food into these bioreactors. One thing that's kind of nice about this is that a 5% bonus for food worker jobs. If you take a look here, I'm generating 694. So in practical terms, we're kind of looking at about 35 extra food, which right now is double my, it almost doubles my current surplus. I'm not really too worried. I mean, double digits is a great place to be. If I had this kind of surplus at the beginning of the game, I'd be really happy. The other consideration that I have would be the edict duration, especially given the fact that I'm putting a lot of, I'm putting more of my Unity towards some of these extras. Also, I'm spending influence, or I guess the influence ones. That's right. Okay, actually, I want to explain a change that they made a little bit better. I think in this case, I'm going to do the extra edict duration because I have other ways of dealing with the food situation. Also, I want to double check. Yeah, I don't have any monthly trades or anything like that going on. So one thing I want to talk about really quickly here, you might have noticed that as a whole, I tended not to do the edicts that would involve spending influence. And that was because I feel like influence is one of these things that I very rarely have in the sort of abundance that, would allow me to really just be able to afford to just, sort of spend it on something, unless it was maybe improving my research capacity. So in this case, research output. And you'll notice here that the ones that are about boosting, so they've done a really interesting rebalancing. In this case, they're saying it's a one-time cost of influence, and you get it for as long as you hold it. But it's going to do two things. One, you need to start spending money on it. So in this case, you see the upkeep increased, and this is across the board, right? But on top of that, you have a number of edicts that you can declare. So if you want to go higher than that, again, you have a more top-heavy bureaucracy, and you start seeing some effects. And it turns out this stuff goes up really, really quickly. That's why I saw my research expand out to 50 months. So obviously a 10% increase to research is not going to mean that much if your Empire Sprawl leads you to seeing a huge boost to technology costs. So yeah, it's a really neat way that they've solved that, because I actually sort of feel now that some of these edicts are ones that are worth going for. I also have some fairly large, so volatile motes and rare crystals. I've got some pretty large war chests as far as these are concerned, and I may want to consider starting to do things like focusing crystals and whatnot when I'm at war. The thing is that I'm a space bully right now, so I've been going after things that are substantially weaker than me, and so I haven't really felt the need to put special resources towards improving my ship's abilities, but that's not going to last forever. I think I said I wanted more Corvettes. Okay, so now I need 8. I will find a way to fill in the last 10 command points. I just, I don't really want to think about it right now. Now, as far as my fleets are concerned, so the sail's got its Titan, the ocean's got its Titan, the core's got its Titan. So yeah, this gives you an idea of how far behind the 8 ball I am on this. So, oh, here's an interesting idea. I'm gonna move the Juggernaut up to Murist, and I bet I'm gonna be able to upgrade in there. Hey, the Eyes of Sin, it's lovely to see you. How are you doing? Guys, for those of you who don't know the Eyes of Sin, she is the one who's responsible for the emotes.
Construction completed.
And I was gonna ask you to put them in, but that's my job now. These are the ones that she's done. I will particularly highlight the Eyes of Sin because it sounds like the two of us had not a great day. And I would say that Eyes of Sin probably has a rougher time of things than... No, that's no problem. I definitely didn't mean it that way. I was going to ask, and then I realized I shouldn't have verbalized it. I was in streamer mode. That is absolutely not a concern or a priority. There are many other things that I should be focusing on. But yeah, the Isaacson did these lovely emotes, and there's actually some more emotes that are on their way. But for those of you who don't know her, she is available for commissions. So, oh, you know what? I get this wrong. The Isaacson, I'm sorry to get you to do this. Would you be able to put your Twitter link in chat? I'll do the Twitch side. She's available for commissions. You can check her out at her Twitter. If you go to her Ko-fi page, which I'm sure if she has it easily available, she will also be able to link. I'm sorry to get you to do all this work, but I keep trying to make my browser or keep my browsers off while I stream. But I can say the Ko-fi is where she's been putting her latest art, and I'm particularly fond of it. And it's also a place where, if you're a streamer, her rates are very reasonable, and she's obviously very good at what she does. But if you're just a casual viewer, Ko-fi is a very inexpensive way that you can give her a little bit of support, because this is the way that she pays the bills. And I can definitely tell you that she is much better at selling herself than I will ever be for myself. But it is not easy to make a living doing art, and so every little bit helps on that front, and it's one of the reasons why I really want to take the time to shout her out. But the other thing that I can definitely say is the person behind the artist. We both had tougher days, and I know that Sin had a tougher day than I did, but she very patiently listened to me vent about all the stuff that was happening. And in fact, I had to run off and do the stream before I really got a chance to sort of hear her side of things, and she was incredibly good about that. I feel like a bit of a heel behaving that way. I certainly didn't do it intentionally, but it definitely gives you an idea in terms of the level of empathy and what kind of a person she is in the background. So she's definitely a very good person who I'm really happy to know. Yeah, she already got paid for those emotes at Baver. I'm not running a charity here. Additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resilience of military stations. All right. I don't really want to do the extra minerals from jobs, but it is the least expensive one. Isevson also knows me well enough to know that I absolutely do not mean that with regards to... Well, I meant the nice stuff that I said, but not what I said about spending money on using emotes. If I had a way of giving away emotes, I would. The reason why Twitch will never enable that, if you want to get an idea in terms of what Twitch's priorities are, you can take a look at how they give access to certain things. So one thing that would be really desirable for streamers would be the ability to deputize mods to use emotes, right? And there's a number of reasons why that would be desirable. If you want to try and get some sort of a hype train going, if you want to try and encourage people to use a certain emote, there's lots of different reasons why you would want to do that. And indeed, there's a reason why Twitch will never set it up that way, and that is because there were streamers in the past. I think this is the right thing to do, by the way. There were streamers in the past that would basically get past the sub-only mode by making sort of long-standing community members mods. This would obviously create some difficulties in some communities where maybe those more senior members have a falling out with a stream under certain circumstances, and obviously in that case, what happens is, this person's given mod powers and is able to, create quite a bit of disruption. But in my view, kind of, if you give somebody mod for a reason other than you want them to be a moderator, you're sort of inviting those kinds of problems. That's, in my opinion, the streamer's problem, not Twitch's. But Twitch wants to make money, and they put a claim of half of the revenues that a streamer makes on basically the ability to have access to certain emotes. The whole reason why I got the affiliate thing was because of it was so that I could have transcodes, but clearly they're not actually following up on their end of the bargain for that. Like it's always a little bit of a roll of the dice as to whether or not I get those. But if you want an idea in terms of how Twitch is thinking about this sort of stuff, you can say it's like, well, how are they making money by doing the you get channel points now for access to emotes. Well, again, this is keeping you on the platform. So in this case here, as long as you're sort of on there watching the ads that they run, without the streamer initiating them, that's useful for them, and so that's a way that they're able to give people access to that. So far as I can tell, I don't actually see any revenues from people using those points. But rather than basically letting the streamer sort of decide, okay, this person, I want them to be able to use emotes, what they've said instead is basically, as long as you sort of stay on this channel, we're going to give you access to the thing that the streamer used to charge for. I generally like the fact that there's a way that other people can do the emotes. I actually kind of like the fact, because I really like what Eyes of Sin did with System 1 HMM, so I think it's really good that people are able to use that emote in a way that doesn't involve them having to pay for the stream. I mean, if you want to support the stream, you can do a direct donation. If you just want to use the emotes, it'd be nice if you could just use the emote, right? As it is, I know that once the affiliate thing came in, people stopped donating and they did the subscription anyway. And I think Twitch knew exactly what they were doing when they set that up. But what would be a better system, in my view, is to say it's like, okay, these are my emotes. I get to decide who uses them, rather than it being, Twitch is sort of taking this thing that used to, like, they're not really giving me control over it. But what they are doing is they're saying, as long as you're doing something that's beneficial to us as a platform, we're willing to give you System Chalk's thing. But I'm not actually able to say, hey, this is someone who, isn't really able to afford it right now, but, I really want them to be able to continue using that emote. There really isn't a way of doing that anymore, so. Hey, The Exception, thank you very much for that sub. Okay, I'm going to take a quick minute here and see if I can figure out what's going on with my alert box. I'm glad The Exception decided to get me to shut up about money by resubbing. That's 28 months. You know what? I bet I'm going to be able to redo that. I think I found what the problem was. This is actually something that I did last stream by mistake. Actually, this is worth mentioning here. So the Ed Baver says, so Eyes does not get to keep ownership of her own art. Eyes of Sin says, when I make emotes from someone, they buy it from you, rights and all. So it's Chalk to use as he wants. So there's a small technicality here. I don't believe I ever actually signed a piece of paper for the transfer. So I think if Sin wanted to have me over a barrel, she might actually be able to claim. She might actually be able to make a claim, but this is one of the reasons why I keep saying nice things about her. But yeah, that's generally how it works, right? So if you think of it as the alternative, so let's pretend that you are contracted for, let's pretend that you're contracted by Oh my god, Streamlabs, why are you like this? Let's say that you got contracted by Paradox to work on Stellaris, and you were they said, okay, we want you to create a new ship. Now that you've created this new ship, we're going to put it in the game. If you retained ownership of that art, right, that you made, even though they paid you for it, if you retained that, kind of the exclusive rights, then in theory you'd be able to take that from whoa, what's going on here? Apparently Streamlabs didn't
I would never want to belong to any club.
Midori Musha,
someone like me for a member.
that was your follow. Okay, that's good. But why does it not show the exceptions resub? What's going on here? Well, it'll give me the one from it'll give me the one from last month, so there we go. All right, sorry about that. The exception, thank you very much for your resubscription. I mean, you say it's a different situation. It's different because one's a game and one's a stream, but in practical terms, in terms of holding rights, it really isn't. Normally there's like a provision in terms of retaining, so sometimes artists will want the ability to kind of keep stuff in their portfolio, and that I believe there are special provisions made for those kinds of situations. But yeah, essentially the one thing that anybody who does this kind of work doesn't want to have happen is to find out, oh, okay, actually that thing that I paid for, I don't really have the rights for, and if the relationship goes sour for one reason or another, the rug gets pulled out from under you. So perfect example here, when PewDiePie had one of his controversies, Campo Santo, which at the time wasn't owned by Valve, said,
completed.
You're not allowed to stream our games anymore. And they put out a copyright claim on his Firewatch playthrough. And they're in their rights to do so, because in the end, there wasn't any formal agreement between the two of them as far as where the rights were. Anybody who streams a game is basically creating this derivative work from an existing title, and in very, very few situations do streamers actually bother. I mean, this is an old article that I wrote a really long time ago, but in very few situations do streamers actually bother to go and get the rights that they should when it comes down to certain games. Now, a lot of developers see a benefit to having a certain degree of permissiveness, and to a certain extent, the reason why developers are more relaxed about their rights is simply because they know that if they enforce them, there's going to be this really angry group of people who are mad that they enforce the rights that they have to their work. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I have a certain degree of trust for the Eyes of Sin. I also do this this is a hobby. I'm not doing this to make a living. And so, I'm happy enough to sort of keep it as an informal agreement. Because in the end, I love the emotes that she's done, and I'd be very sorry to see them go away. But I'm also reasonably confident enough in my ability to kind of keep the stream going, without the emotes that I currently have. Again, it's not to say that I wouldn't be losing something if things went wrong and she's like, no, you're not allowed to use that anymore. But yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of working on Stellaris and making a ship and creating an emote for a channel. As far as the rights are concerned, like, it's the same thing. And if you want it to behave in a different way, you probably should get it in writing. Oh, Midori, sorry, I just, I had a problem with my alert, so I just,
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me.
I needed to make sure that I needed to make sure that my follow was working, so I just, I redid the alert that played in the background, like, when I was offline, when you originally followed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pull you away, because, like, obviously I'm not doing a lot in the game right now, but, nothing critical. But thank you for your follow. I realize I'm sort of repeating myself there, but sorry to pull you away. I pulled you away for absolutely no good reason. Yeah, the agreement between Eyes and I doesn't involve Twitch, but in the end, the agreement between Eyes of Sin and I is, like, it's the honor system. Like, it's effectively the fact that I've paid her money for this thing, but to my, I mean, now here's the thing, right? I only know about intellectual property law through, like, the economics work that I've done. So, and that's not the same as legal understanding. I've read legal literature on it as part of that study, but the fact of the matter is that I'm not really equipped to be able to say, you know, with certainty, this is what the law says. We have an ocean world now, or ocean Earth. But what I do know is that if, like, as soon as Eyes of Sin draws an emote, that's her creative work. Right, and her rights, her sort of ownership of that happens when she draws it. Now I'm paying her money for that, and I'm sure that, like, if there were to be some sort of legal dispute or something like that, I'm sure there's sort of like a paper trail of, you know, of, like, conversations in terms of what was happening and so on and so forth. And so I'm sure there's probably a reasonable case that could be made that would keep, you know, the really outrageous version of that going on. But, like, as far as technical things are concerned, like, I don't really have a piece of paper that says, you know, this is my exclusive rights and, you know, to the exclusion of Eyes of Sin being able to use it. I am, of course, however, able to block her from being able to use that emote in my channel as a subscription perk, because that's the way that Twitch works. Concluded. So the fact that Twitch is the intermediary for that isn't really relevant to it. It's entirely about who owns something as soon as you create it, and that's the person who made the object. So in that case, that's the Eyes of Sin. And the whole business about whether or not she can use it afterwards. I mean, like, in practice, she treats it as if, you know, she has made this thing and it is no longer hers, and that's mine. But again, I'm sure that would be contestable if she really wanted to throw her, if she wanted to put her elbows up on that. I'm sure she'd probably be able to make a little more life. Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing about it, is that you know, if I actually thought that the Eyes of Sin was going to do that to me, and I really, like, felt that the emotes were, like, essential to the running of the channel, I would probably say, hey, can we get a piece of paper, you know, working out. Like, actually, here's a good example. Like, I was talking with someone, I was working on something right now. We've been doing it for fun. You know, we've been working on this thing that's going to get released out into the world. The money situation came up, and yeah, we talked about, despite the fact that neither of us has any intention of making money off of it, as soon as money was brought up, immediately the conversation was about getting a piece of paper that both of us would sign in terms of the agreement. Because it's the important thing to do about that is you need to make sure that you work that stuff out while you're still friends, because it's too late. Like, if the relationship goes sour, you know, that's the point where, you know, that's why those agreements exist. But I will also say that the Eyes of Sin is a complete sweetheart, and, you know, I believe she originally volunteered to create those emotes, but I was having none of that. because she does a damn good job, and she sorry, I really needed a drink of coffee. She deserves to make a living off of the thing she's good at as much as everybody else. Also, I love that Midori Musha is playing Dark Souls, because Dark Souls is my relaxation game. I know that sounds weird, but I find because it occupies my thoughts enough, I can't have like all the horrible, depressing stuff. It gets forced out by the difficulty I'm having with it. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. So, gravitational analysis is definitely the cheap... Oh, no, it's not. Energy weapons as well. Alright. Or I could boost my shield. I do tend to go for more damage. Blowing up ships is always the best form of damage mitigation. Alright, so we seem to be okay as far as consumer goods are concerned. So maybe I consider private military industries. No, you know what? I'm going to keep doing the virtual entertainment studios. And if it really comes down to it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over some of my consumer goods manufacturers into alloys. Actually, yeah, that's one thing I should probably be a little more careful of, is like, when I'm speaking in abstract terms about this sort of stuff, I do not mean to imply under any circumstances that the Eyes of Sin would actually take advantage of a situation like that. Like, I'm talking purely in the abstract about who owns something when it's created. Because there's definitely provisions for that situation. Like, just because, like, if you find a manuscript that somebody else wrote, and, you know, for whatever reason, they haven't gone
Ship
to
upgrades applied.
they haven't gone to some kind of some sort of registration for it. It might be a little bit difficult for them to establish who originated it, but like it's not quite like it would seem in the movies where you're out of luck if somebody wants to try and take your thing from you. There are some cases where those rights are protected. I'm going to put this all the way down to 26 because I know I just need 9 more Corvettes. But yeah, with that in mind, what I'm talking about here is more the abstract case. Obviously, the Eyes of Sin would not do that, and I do not mean to imply at all that she would. Because the last thing I want to do is scare you all off from getting a really good emotes. Alright. Edict duration plus 10%. That's good news for my big boosts to research. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. It's a little more expensive, but the administrative capacity would be welcome. I'm going to hold the line, though. We'll go for the command limit. And then we've got extraction patterns, 5% bonus, minerals from jobs. Changes in how mineral deposits are evaluated relative to each other lead to more efficient boring patterns. And let's say I have lots of choices. I think I'm going to invest in my strike craft. I have a feeling like they're going to punch above their weight for a couple of things I've got coming up. More efficient, boring patterns sounds like most of my paper. Yeah, actually, so here's one. I don't want to complain about work too much, but one of the things that drives me up the wall about my workplace is it's kind of like somebody... How do I put this? You know what? I think I'm going to replace... Oh no, but this has got the mineral bonus. So I obviously need to find a world that's better at... I need to find a world that's better at farming. So, like, you know how you always keep hearing these rules, you always keep hearing these rules in, you know, in, like, middle school English, and it's like, never use the second person, or, you know, if you use the word I in an essay or something like that, it's really unprofessional. And what it winds up doing is it makes for really boring writing, or it makes for really weird sentences where it's clear that it would be more appropriate to say I, but the person is scared to death of annoying their, you know, their English teacher, so they tie themselves into knots. It's kind of like they took the worst of those rules at work and they turned them into sort of these edicts. And it's fascinating how, like, everyone agrees that they make the things sound worse, but it's like, this is the way we've done it and we're not going to change. And I'm like, you guys are trying to increase your readership for the research. Like, perhaps the writing style is the first place you would want to go. Text speak would be accepted in high... Oh, that, yeah, I don't... Like, see, this is the thing, right? There's two ways that you can go on these sorts of discussions, right? So, like, there's, you know, when people are talking about general literacy and whatnot, people say, you know, oh, well, today, you know, the youth of today are more literate than they've ever been because, you know, they're reading Twitter and Facebook and so on and so forth. And, like, I get it. And there's definitely something to be said. Like, Twitter's very good, except for threading, which I've tried to keep to a minimum because I already go on too long. There's definitely something to be said for brevity in terms of that. And, like, there's definitely, I mean, this comes up every once in a while. People are like, you know, what great literary figure would have been good at Twitter? And I'm like, Nietzsche probably would have been really good at Twitter because of his aphorisms. Or Marshall, like, would have been really good at Twitter, I feel. But the thing is that, like, I'm not entirely sure that's what people are talking about when you talk about literacy. Like, there is definitely a very different type of information and a very different type of experience that you get when you sit down and read a book. Like, going to read a book to get your information is different from having a conversation with someone. It's different from listening to the radio or watching the TV or YouTube. And I kind of feel like when people are having these conversations, one person is making a statement about the way that we get our information and the process that you go through in processing that information. And someone is very subtly moving it from the fact that words are being read. And I can tell you, having read many arcane textbooks, be it mathematics or be it economics, it is very easy to read a sequence of words and not understand a single thing that has just been, well, attempted to be communicated. So yeah, like, I think there is, you know, whether or not, I mean, this is the thing, like, I know for a fact that those kinds of decisions do not just get made on a whim. So I'm sure that there's probably some research and some discussion about whether or not text speak, you know, what the overall goal in terms of the education is, and whether or not the prohibition against text speak is, you know, is a good or a bad thing. But I kind of feel like that's a certain concession that is letting one pattern of thought, which is completely fine, right? Like, I relate to the president in that I've got a bad Twitter problem and I cannot seem to stay off of the thing. But the president of the United States, obviously, I'm Canadian, so he's not my president. But, you know, on the other hand, I also acknowledge that there is a difference between the two. Like, I will, the experience I have reading a book, particularly reading a book to get information, is quite different from what I'm doing when I'm, even discussing on Twitch, for instance. So, well, yeah, well, that's the point, Ed Baver, is that there's a comparison being made that I don't think is quite right. I will say, though, I think it's a lot easier to dismiss Twitter than I think should be. Like, I think there is actually value in specifically writing lessons that get taught through that mode of communication. Just like being able to write well or speak well are different abilities, but they're ones that kind of complement each other. So, like, for instance, if you were to read like Cicero, you probably would get a certain flair for both your ability to speak and your ability to write. I think, anyway. Following a long period of growing support for the National Stability Party, the new Yilkahan Khanate, this used to be the Great Khan, obviously, has finally embraced the faction adopting their core values and policies. As a result of bringing this faction into their government, they have become more outwardly pacifistic. Vast Shipworth says, I missed the first part of this. Remember the first time you read A Brief History of Time, you spent so much time reading the paragraph, looking at the graphic, reading the paragraph again, looking at the graphic, ad infinitum, you just gave up. Exactly, Vast Worshipper.
We are being hailed.
I think this is the big thing for me, is that there's going to be no shortage of people who want to, say which is the right form and which is the wrong one. I'm not necessarily interested in that conversation. But yeah, like, it's anybody who's had an experience like Bast Worshipper, it doesn't matter what book you're reading. The distinction is an important one to make when you're reading. Can you imagine Romeo, YUD, NM, Juliet, HPU? Yeah, I mean, I get that, but obviously, like, I think the deeper question would be for New Zealand, like, for New Zealand's exams, presumably what they're looking at is... So, like, here's where I think they might be going with that. And I'm not going to try and say that this is the right way or the wrong way, but here would be sort of my principle of charity. I'm going to try and make sense of this really crazy idea. Chances are what is being tested in that exam is the ability to communicate an idea. To be able to take an audience that doesn't necessarily think the thing that you do, or is open to your argument but needs to be convinced. And they are allowing the test writer to, use a mode of expression that they are comfortable with. Now, to my mind, it's their job to actually make a cogent argument. So the difference from, like, going from Shakespeare to text speak, it's weird to call it text speak because anybody who's received a text message from me knows that it is like paragraphs. But the problem here is that, like, Shakespeare is Shakespeare, and one of the reasons why we like Shakespeare is because it has a particular form. And so being able to switch from one to the other, clearly loses something in translation. But I would also say that I suspect that Shakespeare would probably be able to kick ass at Twitter, even using, shorthand. But I'll be honest with you, like, one of the things that I would have a problem with if I was grading a paper that used that kind of shorthand is that I may not necessarily know all of the terms. So, like, some of you who've been in a chat with me know that I like writing OMG, WTF, BBQ, as a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek reference to that type of typing. That doesn't mean that you can't communicate thoughts in that form, but obviously if part of communication is being able to get your ideas across to an audience and you're using a shorthand that they're not already familiar with, then you're ultimately going to fail in your effort to try and make a persuasive argument. One example of this, by the way, if you've read the Unreal Engine blog, it starts by saying Unreal Engine 5, open parentheses, UE5, close parentheses. Now, I think the majority of people who read a blog article that's talks about game engines are probably going to know that UE5 exists for, that's a reference to Unreal Engine 5, because there really isn't anything else it could be. But it requires very little effort to put that in. So, yeah, I mean, that's my effort to try and be, sympathetic to the decision that New Zealand made. But I'll be honest with you, like, that is not an attempt to kind of make a conservative argument of saying, well, this is the way the world is right now, and we should keep it that way. And another example of a change that was made was, I think geometry has been moved out of some math education. And I really don't agree with that, because geometry is one of the very few times that you learn mathematical proofs, which I think is a much more useful skill to be learning than some of the other stuff that they make you learn. Probability is really important too. I have no problem with that being added to the curriculum, but losing geometry and losing the ability to say, we start with this proposition and we know it necessarily follows from these propositions that this is the case. I can't really think of other times in school where you learn that. And so that's a major concession that's being made if they get rid of geometry. So, this is true. Shakespeare was known for playing with conventions of the English language at the time. Yeah, I mean, a ton of stuff that we've... I think there's method to his madness is from Shakespeare. There's tons of stuff that has passed into the language that we don't even think about. That's from Shakespeare. That's absolutely true. So his Twitter game would be on point. You get text from people sometimes bearing in mind that you write text in complete sentences with punctuation and capitalization. Did you respond? I don't understand it. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, so I want to try and be a little, I don't want to try and be too much of a stick in the mud as far as, as far as the evolution of language is concerned on this sort of thing. But the big concern that I have is that, I'm not sure where you draw the line between effective communication and, and sort of forcing people to speak or to write in an unnatural style. All right, so the Yilkan Khanate want to offer a migration treaty. Let's say yes. I'm a little worried that the barbarians might have a paradise. Let's see their paradise. Ooh, it's an ocean world. I probably should have just took Cranky's point of view, which was, this is terrible and the world's falling apart. All right. Ban organic slave trade. The use of galactic market to trade in sentient organics is abominable, and we should ban this practice. Absolutely, we're supporting that. Looks like we're struggling a little bit to get the leveraged privateering in, but that will definitely help me out with my piracy problems. The other thing is that text-speech evolved as necessary of limited character limits, making the allowance of text-speak in exams a moot point. Yeah, it would be, you would make the same argument, I think, for somebody's shorthand to be used in an essay, and I know that generally isn't allowed. Tiyanki pest control. The roving Tiyanki are not only a nuisance, but also a navigational hazard. The presence of these unpredictable creatures cannot be tolerated in the galaxy's increasingly busy space lanes. Any empire with Tiyanki inside their borders are in breach of galactic law until the creatures are destroyed or leave of their own accord. We will oppose this. Partly because I'm an environmental... yes, this is the lore reason we will give for this, is that we have learned the lessons of our destroyed homeworld, and we will not eradicate the cute Tiyanki. All right, I think I'm going to start prioritizing the planets with the most jobs, most available job openings, but with the capacity to bring them in. Yeah, I mean, this is the challenge, though, at Baver, is that unlike other languages, English doesn't have a standards body. I mean, like, obviously, my court of appeal usually is the The Oxford English Dictionary works for me. But that doesn't mean, holy smokes, I haven't had this problem before. Too many energy credits. And I mean, I think English is better for not having such a standards body, but it does sort of have this consequence of, you kind of need to, find where you draw the line. I mean, in the end, I'm kind of if I were to really be forced on the issue, I would just say when in Rome, right? Like being able to say, I may not like, so it's like work, right? I don't like the conventions of work. I actually think it results in really bad papers, and papers that are bad for no reason other than the fact that someone can't get over their their high school experience. I think it's really bad that my workplace is reduced to that, but it is what it is, right? Like, I'm not going to be able to change that. And so what I do is I try and express myself in language that is as clear as I can manage without completely falling to pieces as far as as far as just like my sanity or my prose is concerned. So in the end, if the school wants to say you have to anything that wasn't in Paradise Lost, right? Milton mastered the English language, and that's good enough for us. I'm going to try and write in that style. And to a certain extent, I think it's sometimes to our benefit if people are, I cannot believe that I had not had this guy investigating that system. I was wondering why it was taking so long. To a certain extent, I think there's a benefit to letting people express themselves as clearly as they can. But the clarity is really the big point on that. Like, if you can't really establish that, that this change in style is letting people express themselves in a way that they'll express themselves in a different way for sure. But if they're not necessarily writing any better, or if they're not expressing themselves, or if they're not bringing knowledge into the world more effectively, then I think that invites some questions as to whether or not the change is an effective one. You've been marked wrong on questions in a history exam before because you presented your answer as the correct facts in bullet point and not in a 1,500-word essay. That's pretty... I mean, at that point, it probably would be... I feel like that has to be a lack of communication on the part of the examiner, right? Like, if you can walk into some kind of a test, and the impression that you get is that you're being asked about sorry, I just want to I think I'm going to add a crew quarters here. Once these guys get upgraded, I'm going to move them to the Varanus black hole. I kind of feel like if you can walk into something and it's not immediately clear that they want you to, that they're examining you on your writing and your ability to express, yes, I need to get the history right, but I'm specifically expressing this series of thoughts to, in a way that you might expect in an office environment. Like, I don't know. It sounds unduly hard. You guys had really hard schools, is probably the best way I can put it. And then Bast Worshipper was failed on a paper because of your consistent and well-supported interpretation of a literary piece that was not identified. I have had that. That is actually... I love English. I love English literature. I struggled a lot with one of the mandatory English courses because it was very clear that the prof had certain opinions about Vancouver's housing market, and any attempt to to express it differently. I think the difference here too is because I'd actually already done a very similar writing course at a college. Sorry, I'm just trying to find, I've got some notes to the side. Here, there we go. I just want to take a minute here and write down what my fleet setup was. 7 battleships, 11 cruisers, 20 destroyers, 34 corvettes. Yeah, like I'd already done an equivalent course. The problem was there was a technicality in terms of a chain. Like, so basically there was one set of standards one year and another set of standards on another year. And unfortunately I fell on the wrong side of the year difference. And so I had to take that course again. And I went from quite literally a grade higher than 100% in that previous one. I got along really well with the professor afterwards. And like they really complimented the type of work that I did in that. They were a little disappointed that I didn't want to go further in English, but it was like, it's a mandatory course, right? Not everybody that comes in is going to become an English major. And I went from that to, some B pluses in this course. And for there really wasn't any increase in corrections on the papers. It was entirely based on the content. And it's like, okay, so clearly we have different opinions about, whether or not everybody should own a home. Presumably, this is not I'm not supposed to be walking away that the English department is indoctrinating me, right? Second, literature went from here are cool stories that can make you see the world differently to divine the author life stories from them describing a tree. You stop caring about the books you were assigned to in class. Yeah, that is a great change, because I think the big thing that I've really enjoyed the most out of any exposure to literature that I have is being able to sort of wrestle with it. I can't know what's going on in the head of. Sorry, just 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I can't know what's going on in the head of the author, but actually, The Eyes of Sin can tell you this. So The Eyes of Sin and I occasionally watch movies. We don't live in the same city, but we do like an online movie night. And some of my favorite movies, which she hasn't seen before, she's seen this happen. I'll see this thing and I'll realize for the first time that there's this thing that there's this detail that I had missed. This is weird. I don't remember why I put this commercial zone in, but I'm going to replace it with a lab. Oh yeah, I think I remember why I put this commercial zone in, but I'm not keeping it. But yeah, so I've had these moments where I'll watch some films that I've really enjoyed in the past, but I get something new out of them, and it's just a nice little subtle touch that they put in that I only realize sort of after the fact, and there's something very rewarding about having that experience. That has very little to do with me going to a cocktail party and talking about, the excellent use of metaphor in XYZ. I mean, there's some fun in that too, but sometimes that can just become showing off, and I don't really have as much of an interest in that as, being able to engage with something that I already know that I enjoy at a deeper level because I was able to look at it with a new set of eyes. And it's a hard skill to teach. It's definitely not. It's I can understand that when you have to operate in the confines of the educational system, that it may not always work as you had in mind. But I think there really is we definitely owe it to students not to kill the enjoyment of being able to appreciate things that they might think they're already familiar with on a deeper level. I think it's actually a big shame that a lot of people will go into English courses
ship upgrades
and have
applied.
have something as enjoyable as literature kind of turn into this slog where it's just like, I need to make sure, like, essentially if all that you're learning is how to express quote unquote the right opinion, then you're kind of setting someone up for a very different type of society than what I think most English instructors really want. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? Again, 5,000 for a bonus to research sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Actually, especially because Midori Musha has been playing Dark Souls. We've got a perfect case study of this. So, I don't know if this is true, by the way, but the story that I keep hearing is that the designer of Dark Souls read fantasy novels that they didn't completely have the language comprehension to 100% get what was going on. And this led to this type of story that From Software is quite good at telling, where you're only given these little fragments of what's going on, and you're sort of left to draw these inferences from where certain, items are located and where certain relationships between characters and whatnot. I want to keep a very close eye on these fleets. 61,000, 51,000. I can take them on, I just don't want to have to. So what I might try and do is we start with an invasion sort of on this side of the map.
Knowledge is the key to the
universe. And then we move in and take the real goals. So, the fact that designer was allowed to feel lost and that they were able to get something out of that experience of reading gave them an experience which they've now been able to sort of systematize in a game that is clearly very well regarded. And if, on the other hand, their experience of reading literature was you have to decode the meaning that gets you the candy or the grade or whatever reward is in place, I would have to assume that the experience of Dark Souls would be a very different it wouldn't be the same kind of experience. That's the story. Miyazaki loved Western high fantasy novels, but would often hit points where his grasp of English created gaps in the story, and so he had to use his imagination to fill them in. Yeah. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. All right, let's say, so we've got shield hit points, we've got energy credits, and we've got buildings. I think in this case we'll put the investment in the shield. I'm still going to be stingy about the robot workers. I still want to fill out my vacant positions. You'll notice we're definitely closing those gaps. I actually want to take a look at Delcor and see what's going on with the buildings. I think we're finally getting ourselves out of a gap. So I think Seuvis has the largest... Nope, it's Yidra Secundus. Alright, so I want to see what's going on Delcor. So we've got a bunch of civilian fabricators. Yeah, so in this case here, I'll put one city district at the top. That's just so I can start moving people into the slots. Now Mavel. Vast Worshipper, you've railed against how science is taught for many years, and so ingrained it's hard to convince people that science is not a set of facts, that it's a verb, it's a way of evaluating possibilities, and does not progress by answering questions but by eliminating possibilities. Prevailing scientific thought is not necessarily the truth, it is the most likely possibility that is yet to be disproven. Yes, I actually, oddly enough, the most thinking that I get out of that tends to be in a philosophy course, or something that tends to be dealing with, Thomas Kuhn usually comes up in these kinds of conversations. But yeah, like there is. So if you're teaching a biology course, there is definitely a set of. So like this is the thing. Like a test will definitely want to understand. Like at some point, you need to figure out whether or not somebody has comprehended what's been going on, and because it's really hard to test comprehension, sometimes the matter of establishing what we know, is good. It's helpful if you're going to be, kicking against the boundaries, that you at least understand the boundaries. So I can sort of get the list of facts approach, but I think I know exactly where you're going with that, which is the idea, and this is one that drives me crazy, especially when somebody who labels himself an economist shows up on the television.
System survey concluded.
This nonsense that because somebody has got the label economist, that suddenly they're the only one who's allowed to talk about a given subject is ludicrous. There's no point in having that kind of having that kind of discussion, or at the very least it ceases to be a discussion, right? As soon as you say, okay, well, this person, by virtue of the school that they went to, is the last word, let's all just listen to them. I guess that's a way you can go. It's not necessarily the one that works for me, but we should probably be honest that that's the type of conversation that we're having. Now, with that in mind, somebody who is an economist, I would sort of expect to have a certain set of facts and understanding about how, our existing understanding of the, this subset of knowledge. I would kind of expect them to have at least dealt with the very basics. Because obviously, when you retread a certain path,
construction
you're gonna wind up with some very common or very easy mistakes that can, you can avoid yourself a lot of trouble passing over by looking at the work that's come before. But as I think what Vast Worshipper is trying to get to is that, I don't listen to Stephen Hawking, or I mean, he's not around anymore, but I presumably people should not have been listening to Stephen Hawking because he was the Lucasian chair of mathematics. It was because he had the explanation that fit the data. And one of the reasons you especially don't want to use Hawking as an authority is if you've bothered to read any of his books, you know that most of the time he fills them with stories of where he made a bet with someone that something was going to be the case and he was wrong. I have a feeling that those are probably in there intentionally to try and communicate the idea that, I'm largely taking what Vast Worshipper is saying here, but that it's a process and it's not necessarily going to be, this, you don't have some Promethean figure coming down or maybe let's not go epic on it. Let's do something a little bit more basic. Like the process of science is not you showing up at the docks at 4:00 in the morning when they're unloading all the answers to the science questions. It's a way of thinking as opposed to it being a set of memorization. And again, you can't. That's a big thing to take on. Like it's. All of schooling is supposed to be instilling that in you. And so in the end, if you're going to do a biology course, understanding some basics, photosynthesis or what a cell is, or, these are some ways that you can sort of test as to see whether or not somebody was paying attention during the class. But obviously there is a whole other dimension in terms of whether or not people are really engaging with the ideas that they're being presented and how they're able to answer the question, this is the state of the world or this isn't. And that tends to get lost in order to try and just try and meet whatever the standards are. To be honest, do you think it was that you had to spend so much time making leaps of logic as to what the author might mean, but might not, instead of enjoying it? Whereas Dark Souls, it's more natural since you can think about it between the fight. Yeah, and more importantly too, like Dark Souls is perfectly enjoyable if you don't, like, if you're not into, like, piecing the thing together, like, that is not, understanding the story is not the point of Dark Souls. It's the icing on the cake. I think, if you have an idea of what's going on, it's a more enjoyable experience, but it's not my place to tell people what is or isn't their cup of tea. All right, increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy position data elevates strike craft to a few steps up the food chain. This is also one of the reasons why I get really salty when I'm presented, like, you know, like I definitely get that I have unconventional opinions about gaming subjects. I'm at my saltiest when people present just another talking point that you could have gotten off of any other Reddit forum without really engaging with the discussion that's going on. Very little of it has to do with the idea of disagreement. Although, I mean, again, depending on the conversation, I certainly hear the accusation leveled a lot of times. But the main point is to say, you know, did this actually come from reflecting on the, you know, on the subject that we're talking about right now? In which case, you know, there's the open question, you know, is this actually the case or not? And that may or may not be satisfactorily answered. But there's definitely a lot of gaming commentary where, you know, well, Total Biscuit said it, so it must be right, or, you know, I saw this Jim Sterling video that, you know, EA sucked, so EA sucks. And it's like, well, you know, it doesn't really work that way, right? You know, if it comes down to a vote, I know my side's the wrong one, because it's definitely not one that I think finds a lot of sympathizers. But that's kind of not the point. The point is whether or not the conclusion follows from the premises. And I think that's, I mean, it's fine, right? Like, let's face it, the gaming discourse is not filled with a bunch of philosopher kings. And that doesn't mean that, like, if you have an opinion, you know, you have as much of a right to the table as much as the next person. But I also think if there's a conversation that's happening, it helps to come with more than just, you know, the reheated leftovers. I try to engage in such a way that, hello, why does the ocean have one too many ships? Probably because I miscounted somewhere. Is it supposed to be 34 Corvettes? It is. You know, I try and treat things as if everybody's sort of familiar with the common talking points. It's one of the reasons why I actually still read magazines that annoy me. Like, I don't particularly like the New Republic as a publication, but 9 times out of 10, my more liberal-leaning friends, liberal in the, like, American sense of the term, it's actually very good at predicting what you know, my more liberal-oriented friends will say on a given issue, and I sometimes find that a little bit of a shame, because I think there is just, there's a lot more that we can get out of having a proper conversation with each other rather than just repeating talking points.
Research concluded. Ship upgrades applied.
Improving the support staff available to our admirals will increase the number of ships they can command in a single fleet. So I've got 20 extra command points that I can work with. Army health is the cheapest. I don't exactly want to do it, but it's probably just as well that I get that out of the way. Okay, the ocean has upgraded, so I'm going to be able to move the spare Corvette and send them off to the... I'm going to send them off to Mavel. Incidentally, this is totally out of left field. Sorry to do this this way, but I do have a couple of questions. So, Totally Not Valken gave a wonderful argument in favor of Fort Triumph. I'll name a few games that I've been thinking about. These are definitely not promises that I'm going to be streaming them anytime soon. But I am just a little interested in taking the temperature on some of this. Does anybody have any opinions about if I were to do Frostpunk? Another one would be Civilization, Subnautica, or actually there's a couple of these sort of survival crafting style games that I've been thinking about. Are you fully upgraded? No. Okay. Some of the BattleTech or MechWarrior, like the cockpit style BattleTech games. By the way, this isn't to change the topic, by the way, if you guys want to keep going on about... I mean, this did eventually go from using shorthand and essays to trying to solve the world's problems and being able to talk to each other. But I think most of you are probably familiar with that style by now, so... also, what happened to my Titan? No.
Construction completed.
Still need a battleship. I'm trying to think of some of the other things that I'm considering. There's a lot. Planetfall. Yes, well, I need to finish the main campaign for Planetfall, but, and I mean, it's never guaranteed. I am very grateful that Paradox has definitely, kept me up to date with the different DLC. I never want to assume until I am actually given the oh no, this is my side. So I was like, these guys I thought were building an alliance, but no, it's the Vulumu and the Divine Pause. Okay, so this might be another source of war. Yeah, I never want to assume that I will be given access to a DLC until I directly hear from a developer, either here is a key for, or are you interested in? So love Frostpunk Civilization, a MechWarrior franchise. You don't know much, but you like what you've seen. To be completely honest, talking with you in the chat is more of a draw than any game, so you say whatever you want. Yeah. That's actually one of the reasons why I really want to do some more of the more recent games that use the id Tech engine. So I'm thinking like Wolfenstein, Doom, and stuff like that. I actually really enjoy playing those games, and I've enjoyed doing them on stream. But the big challenge that I have with those ones is that if I'm in the middle of a firefight, I mean, even now, like, clearly I'm having to break off certain topics in order to continue the dialogue going. Oh god. All right. I think I'm just going to accept that this is a huge commercial hub, and I'll deal with the consequences later. But I definitely feel like when I do a game like that, I have a lot more sort of punctuation in terms of the conversation, which, for better or worse. What do I want to do with this? Make him another administrative office? Well, if I do that, I still need to figure out how I'm getting jobs for everyone else. Give you some energy for now. Yeah, I'm playing with fire, but I think I'm going to put a synthetic crystal. Yeah, so the drawback with those ones, as much as I enjoy them, and I do intend on doing games like that in the future, but definitely being able to have the back and forth with everyone, that one has a lot more in terms of interruptions, and it definitely it seems like, as a whole, people have been getting a little bit more out of the discussion parts for the last little while. So I've been trying to play a little more strategy to work with that format. Really like Duke Nukem way back when? You're talking about the first-person shooter one, right? Like Duke Nukem 3D? All right. I think I'm going to stop this upgrade. And I'm going to get this fleet to upgrade. Nope, I don't want want you... So, like, the Juggernaut's nice and all, it's just that the Juggernaut takes such a long time to get the upgrades done. The Juggernaut is, however, going to go to the Varanus Black Hole. Definitely looks like there's some warm reception for, well, so to speak, for Frostpunk. It's funny, actually, I held off on Frostpunk for such a long time because as much as I liked This War of Mine, there was just something about playing a game with that much suffering that's in Frostpunk, and instead of it being sort of this game about an event that really happened, even though it isn't actually Sarajevo where this War of Mine takes place, but obviously that was its inspiration. There's something about the fact that it actually happened that allows me to play this War of Mine without getting too really worried about it. But for a really long time, I found it hard to play Frostpunk just because there's something about creating that level of suffering purely for my entertainment that made me feel a bit off. It's an incredibly well done game. Like, don't get me wrong on that, but it was definitely a tricky one for me to navigate. Billsy, what am I going to do with you? I've got 2 jobs. I'll get 4 jobs. I can't afford to... I'll make it a stock exchange. Yeah, we're definitely getting short on rare crystals. I think I can work with it. Jeez, Chalky, how can you like the IdTech engine games? They're all bad, and you should feel bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually have any strong opinions about it. I mean, like, IdTech I feel like IdTech used to be a conversation piece, like it used to be, because it, what's the best way for me to put this? Like, it feels like since id got picked up by ZeniMax, there really isn't that. So I got 3, 6. I needed 7, right? Am I getting this wrong? 6, 7. Okay. I kind of feel like when ZeniMax picked them up, it became sort of the in-house engine, sort of like Frostbite is for EA. And so where, the latest iteration of IdTech would sort of be an indication of where some other games might be going as well. Really, like, it's Unity and Unreal, and Unity sort of has this unfair reputation for being the sort of thing that you can't make something that you can't make high fidelity games with. If you want to see how wrong that opinion is, take a look at, like, God, there's so many, like Layers of Fear, Subnautica. Like, it's really take your pick as far as as really high quality games that use that engine. Because the big thing is that engines aren't just rendering engines, right? Like, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw uses Ogre. Ogre is a free engine, but Ogre is just a rendering engine. If you want to have sound effects, you better be packing something else. And to a certain extent, it's exciting to get into technology like that, because in the end, we're excited about games, and engines are sort of one of these important tools that in the end we kind of get the experiences from. Unfortunately, there's nothing else I can do with my luxuries right now, so I guess I'm gonna have to sell it. I'm just gonna take a quick second to see if there's something in the edicts. Nope. All right. We'll sell 10,000. Pick up some alloys in exchange. But yeah, so like there's nothing wrong with getting excited about engines or whatnot, but the conversations can very quickly turn into ridiculous ones depending on on what's being discussed. And because it feels like id Tech is sort of the in-house thing at ZeniMax, it's just as easy to talk about what the new Doom looks like or what the new Wolfenstein looks like. Whereas, Unreal just did their new demo. And this is the sort of thing where, independent games as well as, big budget games. So like Jedi Fallen Order used Unreal 4, or Chimera Squad also uses Unreal 4. So that's a pretty wide range of the types of games that you'll see realized using those tools. And so where once upon a time there sort of used to be sort of these two really dominant engines where you'd sort of be talking about what potential has been unlocked with the latest iteration, it sort of feels like, because for some reason people really like to hate on Unity in terms of graphical fidelity, it's sort of, we talk about id Tech and then we talk about Unreal, and then when we talk about id Tech we talk about the latest Bethesda game coming out. Oh, sorry, what's Frostpunk about? Yeah, it's actually a really unique type of city builder. Sounds like Dead of Winter, a board game you used to play. Oh, I gotta check that out, actually. So what's really neat about Frostpunk is that when you think of the conventions of a city builder, like you think of something like SimCity, and like SimCity doesn't really have an end. SimCity has the sandbox that you work in. You've got constraints, like you have to meet your budgets, and you need to have sort of
knowledge is the key to the universe.
Enough things in place to be able to handle disasters and whatnot. But in theory, a city builder can kind of go on forever, whereas endless mode is a special mode for Frostpunk. So Ed Baver did a decent job of sort of describing it, where there's sort of a new ice age. So like to a certain extent, rather than just being a city builder, it has a very heavy management element to it. Like I suppose you could sort of call it a survival city builder, because survival games always have this like crafting component, and the idea that it's not just that you're dealing with scarcity, but you're dealing with scarcity on a very, like, your time horizon is really important. Like, you might be able to get a farm up and running, but can you get a farm up and running before your character starves? And if you can't bridge that gap, how are you going to use your existing resources to make sure that your immediate needs are met? And I feel like you can, if you think of games like Subnautica or Terraria or, even Ark, there's a little bit coming from that. Not huge, like City Builder is definitely the right genre for it. And they definitely did a lot in, like, you become very invested in this thing that you've built, and then they often give you these really wrenching decisions as to whether or not this beautiful thing that you've built, how much do you value it, and are you willing to like break parts of it in order to make sure that the whole thing survives? So they it's definitely quite an experience. I really like so I actually already had a copy of Frostpunk in my library, but I've been a very big fan of the EA subscription service, EA Origin Access. I believe, in fact, if you just get the regular one, not the Premier one, you still get access to Frostpunk. So if you happen to be a part of that, you may also have another subscription service that you're a part of. It may be inside of that. But I've been playing Frostpunk through EA Origin lately. And it usually clobbers me. The basic mechanics of a ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. Let's say energy credits or buildings. Let's do energy credits. I'm really not building that many buildings, and we've sort of gotten past the point where we're really desperate in order to fill in a lot of the gaps. So I think I'm gonna relax a little bit on that front. How you doing, Ego Karen? And Uncle Cranky's say Fallen Order, that's the name of it. You've been trying to remember the name of the new Star Wars game. Yes, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order by Respawn Entertainment, who I believe, so if I remember the story correctly, there was a team at Infinity Ward who had made Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like the first one, and it was this complete like hit, like they just knocked it out of the park. And apparently like the reaction was sort of like, yeah, but what have you done for us lately, which led to them
is the key to the universe.
Going out on their own. The result was Respawn Entertainment, and they wound up making sort of Titanfall 2. I believe they were acquired by EA either on the release of Titanfall 2 or just before the release of Titanfall 2. Of course, their latest hit has been Apex Legends, probably the first one to really credibly threaten Fortnite, although obviously Fortnite has sort of reasserted itself. I mean, the thing is that Fortnite's gotten to the point now where it's a cultural phenomena, so it's not just the fact that Fortnite is a popular game, because Battle Royales are popular, like Call of Duty's Battle Royale is popular. People are still playing PUBG, but, there's only one of these games where people are holding concerts. So it's Fortnite basically has gotten into the Minecraft territory here. But yeah, the other thing is that they were doing was Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. And the weird thing, like, we're talking about game engines, like Titanfall 2 looks amazing, and so does Jedi Fallen Order. Jedi Fallen Order uses Unreal. Does anybody here, without doing a Google search or Wikipedia or that, does anybody here know what Titanfall 2 is running on? Because most people tend not to believe this when they hear it. Your PC is what Apollo 11 used to get to the moon in 1969, but you'll check it out. It's definitely worth it. It's like, I have all the settings maxed out, so I'm assuming, like, to get it looking, like, super beautiful, Frostpunk has some pretty demanding requirements, but take a look at the minimum system requirements. I think it's worth, especially if it's on a subscription service where like you're not investing like the full price of a game to just check it out. It is definitely worth the download. Well, I mean, we say that at Baver, but like I know they simulate the populations. Like each of those individual people, I believe, have like a little simulation going on in them. And I mean, like obviously, it's a really good-looking game. I'm assuming you can turn the detail settings down for that, but I think you might be a little surprised. Actually, we can probably answer this for ourselves. I have a browser inside of Steam, so Frostpunk minimum requirements. So from systemrequirementslab.com, unfortunately I'm not on the Steam page, so minimum requirements 3.2 gigahertz dual core processor. Okay, that's definitely an older processor. 4 gigabytes of RAM, GeForce GTX 660 or Radeon RTX 460 or equivalent. Pixel and Vertex Shader 5.0. I don't even know what that's supposed. I'm assuming that's like something that was in a version of DirectX and they no longer use that standard. Recommended system requirements are 3.2 quad-core processor, so I'm going to assume that's kind of getting to the cores. GeForce GTX 970. Again, I'm not quite sure the Pixel and Vertex Shader. I always thought that was handled by DirectX or I mean Vulkan, I guess, is the new hotness. Oh, here we go. Maybe Steam will offer something a little more robust. But yeah, I mean, as long as you have a Core Duo, it seems... Well, 3.2 Core Duo, so my old laptop wouldn't be able to handle it. GTX 660 is probably not the sort of thing we should rely on everything on here, so... It's not the heaviest thing on your system, but... Whether or not a minimum... system requirement experience is worth it is another question. But when you heard about Apex Legends, you didn't think Titanfall with the Titans could be removed to move units, but you guess they're doing okay. They're doing very well on that one. And Titanfall 2 is made just using the Source engine, so it's the same thing that was powering Half-Life 2. Obviously, they've done modifications to it, though. So Careful tuning of pain receptors allows soldiers to fight through what would previously have been debilitating injuries. So I could do naval capacity, food. I'm actually kind of tempted to do this food one now because we're definitely sort of wavering a little bit in terms of our abilities. It's a shame because I would like the added naval capacity, but in this case I'm going to do transgenic crops and kinetic weapon damage. Ultra-dense slugs can punch through even the strongest of projected shields. And we will do minerals, explosives, defense platforms, strike aircraft. Yeah, I've neglected my explosives. I don't really think I'm going to be fielding that many, but we should be prepared nonetheless. All right, Seuvis, what am I doing with you? Well, technically I don't need to do anything with them, but let's pretend I wanted to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get them to do more synthetics because I can. I kind of want to change them to a refining world, but let's see. So that would be the upkeeps are lower, the build speed. No, that's not worth it. So then if we make them a generator world, we get more energy and I'm happy. Oleus is back to its old tricks, so we'll put you on Yidra Secundus for now. I'll actually take a minute and see if there's any slaves I can pick up. No. I mean, I'm picking up the slaves to free them, but... We're getting close to the 3-hour mark, so I'm actually already past the time that I wanted to end at, but I am really curious as to where this war is going. Ugh, it's crawling, but then that's probably because I'm taking my time to talk. Alright. This is the hard part, right? Because I'm waiting for a war to start. I don't have a lot of good invasion options unless I want to start coming after my allies. How many cruisers have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 4 more. Yeah, Midori Musha, it's hard because sometimes the topic's like it's one that I need to like focus heavily on, and so I'm not able to sort of strategize and whatnot. One thing that's sort of nice to, you know, when I get into these kinds of discussions is that I'm able to sort of in the back of my head, I'm able to think a little bit about what the next step's going to be. So I mean, this is a really hard thing. I will definitely get, especially like when I first did Stellaris, I think I was given Stellaris like 2 weeks before release. And you know, that's where I tend to get a lot of people who are like, just play the game. But the thing is that, like, I know the people who say that are not going to be the people who are around after the game gets released. And so, you know, obviously I'm going to make sure that I'm taking care of the people who like my stuff first. It doesn't mean that I don't have room for improvement. It just means that I'm not going to radically change the format for, you know, people who are really only there because, you know, they need something to do for an hour. But one of the functions that I think is less appreciated, and it's really hard to communicate on YouTube for sure, is that it's really convenient for me in the sense of being able to get a little bit of mental rest to sort of plan what my next step is going to be. You know, in the back of my head, I can think about what the next step is going to be. Because one of the things that I don't like I like explaining what my moves are, but I don't necessarily like being the type of streamer who, you know, like the commentary is, you know, and now I'm clicking on the mining district, and now I'm building the mining district. Like, that's not explaining anything. People have eyes. They can see what's happening when I click on each of the different buttons. What is more helpful to people is when I say something like, okay, I am building, you know, I'm keeping this robot assembly plant up because I know that I have other worlds which don't have robots being built, and I'm going to be able to move people to the other planets. Why wouldn't I want to do that? Well, you know, if I'm running a species that isn't generating 1.5k energy credits a month, I may not be able to afford to do that. sometimes I can go into a level of detail that isn't really helpful to anybody. And so to try and rein in that urge, one of the things that's nice is, one, we were talking about communicating ideas and, being able to bat ideas back and forth. Clearly a big thing about a live performance is being able to have a back and forth with folks. But, instead of me just rattling off some minor plumbing things, so I have 8 available jobs, what am I going to do to close this down? There's a lot of things that I can do. Just being able to sort of have a back and forth with chat about some of this stuff gives me, enough of a lease on life to be able to excuse me, to be able to say, okay, we're going to talk about this thing for a little bit, and in the background I'm just sort of saying, okay, I've got 20 food here, I've got 11 available jobs, 5 housing slots. At some point I need to do the conversion, but how much food am I generating? Well, in this one, there's a benefit to me talking about this, right? Because the difference between, 10.4 versus 12.9 in terms of food is a rather large difference. One of them is over half of my current food surplus, and removing that tile will cause me some grief. That's the kind of distinction that I think is really helpful to make, because you can actually see there's a lot of research complexes coming online. That means that there's going to be a lot of jobs that are made available. And as a result, I'm going to need to find more housing for that. But the actual implementation of auditing all of my individual planets, sometimes people just get it. They don't need me to go into excruciating detail about every last step that I'm going to take to try and set all of this right. And so being able to sort of, improv on some details, here's going to be the next set of plans that I build, or here's another game that I'm thinking of playing. That just sort of helps me pave over some of that stuff without subjecting chat to a really irritating laundry list of all of the actions that I'm going to take. Oh my goodness, sorry, No Virtue. I was busy rambling and I didn't realize your followers were coming in. How are you doing, No Virtue and Raiders? We've got No Virtue, Republicant 82, and a few others. Let me take a quick minute here and shout out No Virtue, because it's a misnomer. She has many virtues. First thing I'll tell you about No Virtue is she would want me to say she's not a good Stellaris player. The most important thing that you need to know about No Virtue is she is actually a very good Stellaris player. I've also had the pleasure of watching her play Cook Serve Delicious. I wound up buying Cook Serve Delicious 2 as a result of that stream. So, there's 2 polls. So obviously we're talking about, with you guys about, my tendency to go on long digressions and whatnot. No Virtue is extremely good at Stellaris and is really, plays the game very efficiently, knows sort of all the ins and outs, plays on very high difficulties. I actually should note, I've also had the distinction of being invited to the Stellaris so the streamer battles, which I really like, because I think there's a perception that in these cases it's people with, millions of followers that get invited. But No Virtue is definitely a really strong Stellaris streamer. Good, if you want to understand what's going on, they'll do a great job of explaining kind of what their steps are and the reasons why things are working or not working the way that they wanted. But I'll definitely say, plays the game at a high level and is a lot better at not really going into the weeds like me, but instead sort of drills in, has a clear idea about what the goal for that playthrough is, and is absolutely ruthless in pursuing them. So one of the highest recommendations that I could make for a Stellaris stream. And in fact, I know probably a lot of you will probably have been picking up this game as a result of the free weekend. So I definitely like taking my time, and if somebody has a question, I don't mind going into sort of near excruciating detail about particular moves that I'm making. For instance, that whole thing that I just did there, what was that planet? I think it was Delcor? Nope. Anyways, I took a quick look at the planet production. They were making 90 consumer goods. I broke my rule of, only making the consumer goods that I need. The fact that I'm making more consumer goods than alloys is a cardinal sin in my book. Because in the end, you can't shoot with consumer goods. You want to make sure that the plebs are happy. Oh, actually, there is one thing that I could probably afford to do, though. If I go to my policies... Oh wait, maybe it was living standards. Although it's not bad for me to take a look at. Yeah, I definitely want to keep trade league, keeping militarized economy. Leader cap 1 plus 10. Capacity boosters. I think in this case we'll do the capacity boosters. Obviously, I've been forgetting to check a few of these in the past. All right. So the one that scares me, we could sort by population, so... well. We gotta fix this right away.
Situation log has been updated.
So, we've converted the metageomar to what they properly need to be. So, if I set the rights... So I gave him social welfare for... I don't really have an unemployment problem. Could do academic privilege. Oh yeah, this is why I haven't been working on it, because I still haven't decided which of these is better. So like, I've just kind of been throwing whatever I can in. Clearly our main species is still the largest. But I need to manage like all of the pops. This is the problem with being tolerant. I actually have to put up with all this diversity. God, what am I going to do about that? I'm going to ignore it, is what I'm going to do. I am, however, going to pull back on consumer goods and make sure that I've got more alloys being produced. That basically means, oh yeah, there's an important
the special project has
step.
concluded.
Completed the modifications. Good. I had a... Right, so this is currently an industrial world. Because it's being converted to Foundry, we'll get that switched right now. There's a couple of worlds where that's going to be happening, but so they're tech. This is definitely a bureaucratic center, and it will forever remain so. One nice thing is this might free up some rare crystals for me. I'm not 100% sure on that. And again, apologies to the No Virtue people if you said hi and I missed you. Feel free to call me out, and I will make sure that I properly address you this time. I'm okay keeping this industrial world because again, we still need to ensure a decent supply, but something like Obasiak definitely needs to be built towards my military priorities. I also just kind of dropped off the face of the earth in terms of my explanation about No Virtue's channel, but please do check it out, because the other thing is that I only play Stellaris every... Well, that's not entirely true. I usually play it every Monday. And then there will be some other times where I do some special ones. For instance, I wanted to do something for the 4th anniversary, but I had other duties, unfortunately. But being able to Oh god, I gotta figure out what to do on this world. I don't really know what I want to use it for. It's good for the minerals, but we've kind of already maxed it out, and do I really want to be dedicating another slot to... Well, you know, on this one I can actually get away with the synthetic. So the big problem I have with the synthetic upgrades is that they leave me short on job slots. But that's not a problem on this world right now.
I would never want to belong to any club.
Binkley, 9th of their name. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. So this is a great example. Like, I very rarely move off of normal speed, despite the fact I have a few priorities. In fact, one might... so I'll give you guys the backstory to this particular species. But to give you an example of some of the priorities I'm working on, we just got off of a... So the cooperative Menjusana used to be an advanced start. Fortunately, they are now inferior in terms of their fleet strength. We got to the point now where we don't really have any immediate gains that we can claim from natural exploration. These guys have been sort of a lifelong enemy. And so the aim right now is to start gobbling up a few extra planets. Essentially make our gains at their expense. I'm being a little greedy in terms of my war demands, and that's just because, you know, 10 years is a long time to wait, and I'm fairly confident in my ability to come crashing through and take this stuff for myself. But one thing that we want to do is we want to wait out the peace treaty to be able to expand at the expense of the cooperative Menjusana. One nice thing about the improvement is that we've been a little bit holed in. So we've got the Frannis Black Hole, and fortunately an ally now holds the L Gate, although I was really trying to get that for myself. But one thing that I'm trying to do to the cooperative of Menjusana is claim this black hole off of them, and then that will effectively off of that.
We are being
I
hailed.
don't think they will have any other... I don't believe they're going to have any other paths for travel, or kind of fast travel between parts of the galaxy. I think they're going to be locked in, and I'm very happy to impose that on someone else rather than be the victim of it. The other war we're waiting to finish is up here. So this was another advanced start in the game. As you can see, they've fallen on hard times. But they are actually open to becoming a subsidiary. We just need to wait for the war that they look like they're losing to finish. The drawback, of course, is that they might lose a lot of stuff in that war. So I'm kind of hoping for the best. All right. So the new Yilkahan Khanate wants to become an associate member. I can never remember the difference between an associate and a full member. I will agree. Let's see how the rest of the team feels. Oh, I hope that passed. Yes, the leverage privateering has passed, so this should mean even more power on the galactic community. Yep. We're fully ahead of the cooperative of Menjusana now. Well, we don't need to worry. So, like, right now, out of the Galactic Council, we have 2/3, and it looks like the Mandate of Uluumu is not going to be close to unseating anybody. At some point, I should consider bringing my own proposal. Problem is that it costs me influence, and I want to use influence to claim one of the other council members' territory. Sorry, I'm taking a minute to think about what my next few moves are going to be. I don't have any use for minerals right now, so I will sell some, not as many as I could get away with, I've kind of got a draft of a fleet all ready to go here. Wait, where'd the... All right, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cruisers. Ego says, what is that small brown kingdom in the top right, and why is it outside of the big play? Ah, excellent question. So this was added in the Distant Stars DLC, I think, if I remember correctly. I will be able to tell you in just a moment. So this is called the L Gate. So if we go under... the L cluster. So basically what happens is when every once in a while when you go into a system, you're going to see one of these things. The L Gate. They start off closed. And this is a very long-term sort of scientific project that you can do, which is to find out why the thing was locked and how you unlock it. When you do unlock the L cluster, something can happen, and that something isn't always good. But once the L cluster is opened, in practical terms, it means that the terminal egress is open. And from this L gate in the terminal egress, you can actually go to any of the other L gates. So the one that I'm about to claim is in the Nivagi black hole. You can sort of see it through this this symbol here. This is distinct from gateways, which behave a little bit differently, but have a similar... Okay, that's an L gate. They have sort of a similar looking... I don't have any in my borders, it's why they're hard to find. I would have thought the Raxar entity has one, but I can't seem to find it right away. So, anyways, for all intents and purposes, it's a fairly desirable piece of real estate. These are the, all the resources waiting for it. But the biggest thing that it gives you is that the terminal egress effectively gives you access to a number of points in the galaxy. And so it's very helpful, especially if you want to be going on a war. If you are the one who owns the L cluster, or at the very least, if you're the one who owns terminal egress in the L cluster, you're able to build up a huge sort of defensive building, and it gives you this wonderful sort of launch point for a quick attack against your targets. Often, I mean, if you take a look at my rival here, right, this is not all that far from their capital world. But it comes with a couple of costs. One, sometimes you can find a bunch of nanites that want to just eat your empire. That's always fun to deal with. And on top of that, if you're not, we lost so originally the Othethi Empire took the territory, so we were preparing a claim on it, but the Raxar entity managed to gain access to the L cluster before we did, and so they're an ally, and so I'm going to be able to have free movement through it, but in the end I kind of wanted it for myself. Why is the black hole so loud when a black hole would absorb all nearby sound? Sound is true, but I suppose it's the same reason that the Death Star makes a huge explosion sound in Star Wars, because it's incredibly exciting. And the alternative is something not exciting. Yeah, the L cluster is definitely a neat little improvement. I mean, this has kind of been the story for a lot of Stellaris mechanics. Is that when you sit down and you think about, what's something that I'm struggling with in this game here. Me as a player, what I very often will do is like, okay, I keep getting beaten by X, so X needs to be nerfed. And the way that Paradox seems to sort of respond to problems like that is not necessarily to just directly attack the source problem. What they tend to do is they tend to introduce a new mechanic or a new way of playing that gives you access to, maybe a new thing, or it gives you a way of playing that maybe you didn't think of before. So I suspect to a certain extent the L cluster might have been a response to the changes that came in from Apocalypse, right? If you take a look at so you get the chronological order. It was Stellaris, Leviathans, Utopia, Synthetic Dawn, Apocalypse, Distant Stars, Megacorp, Ancient Relics, and now Federations. If you take a look at the timeline, I don't know this for sure because I don't actually read the dev diaries, but maybe somebody who's more familiar with Stellaris might be able to say this. But think about what happened with Apocalypse. Apocalypse removed 2 types of transport. And what it did was it also introduced sort of terrain types in the game. So I think if I
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Well, actually, Quiet Dark might have this. So this is an easy one to overlook, but if you look in certain systems, you'll have these environmental hazards. So in this particular area, you've got a lower chance of disengagement and a higher cooldown for... Hello, Kaylee Cakes. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you again. So my hopes to get finished early on have fallen to pieces, and I still have a Morrowind episode to record. Oh well, it's Victoria Day. It started really rough, but the Eyes of Sin came in, and that made me happy. And Uncle Cranky came in.
I would never want to belong to any club.
And that made me happy. And Miss Ariella came in, and that made me happy. And Fenris SE, special edition. The other Fenris is raging, not thinking that they would. I get it. We got a bunch of people who've been in here to definitely improve my mood. And now Kaylee Cakes is in here. Wait a minute. Why did I shout out the Eyes of Sin? I was saying the Eyes of Sin. I wanted to shout out Kaylee Cakes, who is somebody who's actually started streaming again, and Twitch is much better for it. She's been doing some baking streams recently, but she's found a new game, and I keep forgetting the name of it. It always says it's like Dead something. It's basically, it takes sort of the survival genre, like DayZ and things like that. But what they've done is they've actually said, we're getting pretty tired of the zombie thing. We're just going to make it. The world's gone to crap, and we're all just murderers now. Dead Side, thank you. But she's been playing some of that most recently, as well as The Stranded Deep. But definitely somebody worth checking because she's an absolute sweetheart. But also because her baking streams are really interesting, and I have absolutely no abilities in the kitchen, and so I live vicariously through her. You're not I'm not original with names. Fenris was taken, so you just threw in SE at the end because you were playing Space Engineers at the time. Space Engineers was going to be my second guess. Thank you very much for that follow. But yes, anyways, I was trying to explain the L-Gate. So to give you an idea, and again, for those of you coming from No Virtues chat, I know this is a very different change of pace. I apologize for that, but I will put it to you this way. No Virtue is an expert at being No Virtue, and I know I'm never going to be able to compete with her on quality. So I am definitely a lot better for someone who is a little bit newer to Stellaris. But I highly recommend, for those of you who do like my stuff, please do check out No Virtue. Definitely a favorite stream of mine to catch, and one I would catch a lot more often if I had better hours. Unfortunately, I don't. So, I've never played Space Engineers, by the way, but I've only heard good things. But we're talking about the L-Gate, so I can't know this for sure. But think about what happened with Stellaris between Synthetic Dawn and Apocalypse. In the original Stellaris, you had 3 modes of transport. You would have sort of these hyperlanes like you do here, and this is a really common form of transport. I think it was in Master of Orion. Definitely was in Endless Space. Endless Space 2, I think, added a couple of it, or maybe even the original Endless Space added a couple of interesting, like, move between the lines forms of transport. Yeah, no, it was even in the original Endless Space, if I remember correctly. But and then there would be sort of this this wormhole type of transport where you'd sort of build this infrastructure, and it was ridiculously powerful, especially against the AI, because you could run circles around them and they would just be paralyzed by trying to find your ships, and you had like no idea how to handle it. So Apocalypse was this huge change. There were a lot of people really mad about the changes brought in by Apocalypse, but it basically said, you know, you can only have this form of transport now. Although obviously there are things like the special jump drives and whatnot that are kind of like how wormholes used to work. But in essence, this was a big change, but they also added, again, quote unquote, terrain. And the best example that I could sort of give you would be, best example if I could remember what systems I have. This one will change your disengagement chance and whatnot. And so it didn't entirely fix things like doom stacks and whatnot, but you definitely needed to be thinking a lot more about your logistics, and you could create sort of these more interesting sort of choke points and whatnot. I think that they added quite a bit more to the game in my view. But obviously, one of the consequences of doing something like this, and one thing that we've been learning when Naval, which is my main shipyard, I've got four shipyards, and then I've got not only the Colossal assembly yards, but I also have the Titan assembly yard. Sorry, was it Colossal? Yeah, the Colossal was for the Juggernaut, I think. We also have the Titan assembly yards. Basically, if you don't have a gate, going from Mavel to the front line, this thing takes forever. And please don't get jump drives. The Unbidden have ended enough full playthroughs. We've already got the jump drives, unfortunately, and we've been using them. But you can definitely see the point that people are making, right? Which is, please bring back multiple modes of travel. We need Stellaris the way it was originally. Now, Paradox did a really good job of explaining why the changes to Apocalypse were necessary. Apocalypse, in my opinion, made warfare a lot more interesting than it was before. But there are consequences, particularly if, you have something like wormholes. The whole idea of terrain and trying to choose the battlefield and focusing on logistics, it just doesn't mean as much if you have these alternative forms of travel. But there is a really good point, which is to say that combat can get a little bit boring if, you have to build all your fleets in one spot over here and you're waiting years to be able to get them to the front line. And so one interesting way of handling that is the L-Gate. The L-Gate gives you an interesting thing to have sort of a little bit later on in the game. You have to deal with whatever comes out the other end. It can sometimes be positive effects as well. It gives you something to fight over. Owning the L-Gate can be a huge advantage logistically, but it also means that everybody can potentially come and invade at the terminal egress as well, so you better be strong enough to hold it. And so it's one of these examples of sort of a very Paradox solution where they're able to address the criticism without just reverting the change, right? Players always are going to ask for stuff to be back to the way it was before, but good game designers are able to sort of discern what the players are really asking for while still giving them, something that's interesting to play as a game. And you'll notice Distant Stars is the very next story pack that comes after Apocalypse, and so I'm almost certain that the L-Gate was a reflection on the fact that it was taking a while for ships to get anywhere. Minor improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. So let's take a look at again, I need to be really careful that that's me taking a look at what at sort of the order in which things happened. That may not be the reason the L cluster was introduced. There might be a whole other reasons why that was brought in. But to me, I think that was a way that they could address a legitimate criticism of Apocalypse without, let's be honest here. I'm pretty sure they didn't remove 2 modes of of warp travel because they wanted to make players angry. I think it was pretty clear that Stellaris couldn't continue down the path that they wanted to go and still retain those travel modes. Right, transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. I think I'm going to do the... I don't really need the army damage, but like I said, I like going for the cheap one just for... this is partly just debugging myself. I have the tendency to just focus on one thing, and I will only ever do that, and it means that I wind up with these huge research penalties. Or not research penalties, but I waste a bunch of time on things that may not necessarily be... in my long-term interest. So like if I say, okay, damage is the thing I'm focusing on, you know, I could wind up in a situation where it takes me 60 months to research, 5% damage improvement. But because I've had like 10 damage improvements, a 5% improvement to something like attack speed winds up in, the amount of ships that I take down. It winds up being a much better return on investment. And because I don't want to spend the time like sitting down and calculating the exact consequence of every single piece of technology that I get, my shorthand is usually just to go for the cheapest technology because I just get lots of it really fast. All right. A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Jomar Limited, led by Mrr. They call themselves the Post-Meta Jomar Future Party. Their members seek to assert the primacy of the Meta Jomar species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. Imagine slipstreaming a world cracker right now on the enemy. Yeah, I was really debating on that because actually this is a good time because I was going to talk about the origins because there's definitely a few new people here. So this is our home world. We could definitely justify doing the same to some of our enemies. But I did have the idea that these weren't a particularly malicious megacorp. I mean, obviously we're expanding at the expense of our enemies, but they were dicks. And they're communists too. So being a dick and a communist, I think, is justification to take the territory. But here's the story of the it was originally Jomar. So let's bring up the species menu. So obviously, when it came to federations, we were given a copy from Paradox to press key to show it. So I wasn't going to do some. I wanted to make sure that I did something that used some of the new features. So as soon as I saw that there was Doomsday Origin, I knew I had to do this. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Federations DLC. It introduced this idea of origins, and for the Doomsday Origin, your homeworld explodes in under 50 years, and you have no guaranteed colonizable worlds that spawn around you. They were a dick because you said be our slaves, and they said no, they were a dick to me before that. So, but yeah, so like as soon as I saw this as an origin, I knew I had to do it. Partly because it says challenging origin. Like I'm not, I make stupid mistakes in Stellaris, but I feel like I have a fairly good grip on the game. So I knew I wanted to do that. And then from there, I sort of thought, well, what kind of a species can I build around it? And I thought, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a megacorp, and I'm going to make them fanatic xenophiles. So I should show you what they originally looked like. It's partly just because I really like... Oh, no, we don't have... Oh, wait, no! Damn it! So by fully converting the species into post-meta Jomar, I'm pretty sure I... Oh no, here we go. Here we go. All right, sorry. I still have it. So these guys just look too nice, right? So yeah, had to make them xenophilic. And then we also made them materialist because, well, they're a megacorp. They're probably going to be focused on material things. Although there's some really interesting spiritualist megacorps that you can do. So the idea that I had behind this one here was that it was a very sort of docile, passive species that very, very senior management in of this megacorp had an idea of the problem. Maybe not a clear idea of what it was, but like that something was wrong, that the CEO knew what was wrong, and that so far they've been very good at pulling the wool over the species' eyes. So that meant I went for the civic of private prospectors and public relations specialists, right? They're looking for, they're trying to spend money to get their way out of the our planet is going to blow up problem, and they are definitely trying to make sure that the world doesn't panic about it. I also have this idea that they're not an evil megacorporation. They're more neglectful. That they didn't mean to blow up the world. They weren't like suppressing climate science or something like that. But maybe a little more careless than they should have been with their home world. Totally not Valken. I love that change to the emotes so much. So yeah, anyway, so this is basically the idea here, is that there's something wrong, and the megacorp has decided that the best way to handle it is to privately finance an escape plan, and make sure that the population doesn't realize it. So here's the biography for this species. To whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure that your education at insert educational institution has prepared you for many exciting and diverse challenges. You'll be expected to call on it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The planet is clear boilerplate with security and HR for final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. So basically the idea here, the idea here, Tim Costeve, is they didn't do that. Like, basically they're a little short-term thinking. They didn't necessarily, no single raindrop feels that it is responsible for the flood. All that they know is that they're in a terrible situation where the planet is about to blow up in 50 years. And the backstory to this is that basically senior management didn't know the planet was about to blow up, but they knew that the CEO job was something really stressful and something bad was about to happen, and that it's definitely a job that they didn't necessarily want to do. And so this particularly ambitious business school graduate applied to become the CEO of the world-spanning megacorp, and because nobody else wanted the job, they get it, and that is the letter that's waiting for them. Just sort of this very pat, disingenuous sort of, I'm sure it'll be fine. Just remember what the founder did. You have 50 years. And yeah, what I really liked about this playthrough was 2 years before the planet blew up, we actually managed to get the last Jomar off to the replacement world. So that was a nice little milestone in the playthrough. But since then, we've uploaded our bodies into our consciousness into new bodies and pissed off all of the religious factions. The religious fallen empire was particularly annoyed with us for it, which meant it was all the more hilarious when we got the head of Zarklan, because the evil soul-destroying cyborgs are now the chosen of Zarklan. And yeah, this is basically the playthrough I went through. So that was the main motivation behind my my species. All right, were we on to destroyers yet? I feel like we made enough cruisers. Oops. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cruisers. So I think we wanted 20 destroyers. Yes. See, the war score looks really even, but when you take a look at like the territory, like I'm kind of worried that when I turn them into a subsidiary, there's not going to be that much left. I'm also a little curious when I take a look at, wow, Cooperative of Menjusana has really fallen on hard times. I'm curious the relative economic strength. Ah, we're still behind him. What about the Raxar entity? All right, well, we've at least eclipsed them. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to compete with them on the market. I think the way that we're going to be able to overcome the cooperative of Menjusana will be to just take their worlds from them for the economic benefit. Governing ethics shift in the Econo Trading Consortium. Following a long period of growing support for the Popular Vote Initiative, the Econo Trading Consortium has finally embraced the faction, adopting their core values and policies. They have become more outwardly egalitarian. How's it hanging, Jomar Limited? Business as usual? Again, I'm trying to send people off to the worlds with the most slack. Alright, I love this relic so much. Surveyor activated. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Srudma 3. So unfortunately that's just trade value, and we're not going to have any means of collecting it anytime soon. I suppose in the Faranis black hole I could probably build something, but it's tricky.
Research concluded.
With a chemical reaction tightly controlled by a missile board microprocessors, warhead detonators can be turned for maximum effect for local conditions at the time of impact. Reason I say it's tricky to build that out is that this is my defense from the L-gate, so I'd prefer to have it bristling with weaponry and nothing else. Then of course there's a whole question of protecting the trade, but don't really want planetary build speed, so it comes down between kinetic weapon attack speed or armor hit points. I think I'm going to go for the survivability this time here. I've kind of neglected it long enough. Alright, Obasiak, what do I want to do with you? I'm turning you all into alloy foundries, so let's continue down that path. It's going to take a long time, but I'm going to be very, very happy once this all switches over. Wait, does that just make new... Yeah. It's an insanely strong relic. So the only drawback to it is that it's got a cooldown, but it costs 500 energy, so that's like less than a third of what I make a month. The passive effect is that you get 1 extra to your sensor range. I love sensor range, by the way. Like I do it all the time. I mean, it's 1800 days, so it's like you wait a while for it to come back. But yeah, basically you spend 500 and you get a new resource deposit, and they're generally pretty good. Like we got a 9 engineering the last time we used that. Well, last time we used that we got 5 trade, but like the 9 engineering was the one that we got before that. Yeah, the Surveyor is easily my new favorite artifact. Also, let's reverse engineer tech. And we still have performance competition? Yes, we do. So I could probably do performance competition on a few other worlds, but...
Red alert. Spaceport under fire.
I actually should have been checking that a little earlier. With its vulnerable and unprotected trade route, the Athlir system has attracted a large number of ne'er-do-wells, and following a recent power struggle, these criminal degenerates are now sufficiently organized to operate a significant pirate armada. They're using this ragtag fleet to intercept as much trade in the system as they can. The good news is that even with my piracy problems, we are still generating enough consumer goods to not worry. Question is, who do I want? I would kind of like to break up like the ocean and the core and whatnot. But it's probably better for me to take... Oh, but these guys are upgrading. Alright. We will... Oh yeah, everybody's upgrading. So we're definitely going to be losing some stuff. Well, that's not... No, yeah, we'll definitely be losing some stuff. Yes, I'm building the strategic coordination site first. Because given my piracy problems, I would much rather have the ability to build some more star bases. I have a very inelegant solution to my piracy, which is basically to just build star bases on the weak points. But it was actually particularly bad. It used to be that all of our trade would go... If you're wondering why there's like star bases in all of these spots, it's because all of our trade used to go down this one path. And so Acer wound up just being this insanely attractive target for the pirates. But we have a little more diversity now. I like how they added patrol routes to help you keep pirates low. Yeah, the biggest problem I have with that, Naloth, is that I really like I'm a bit of a miser, so like I really like being able to keep my like this is like pretty much the definition of like, you know, penny wise pound foolish. Like I'm apparently so fond of keeping my maintenance costs low that I always keep people inside of inside of bases without and then I just wait for the pirates to show up. I mean, the other thing too is like I usually am a little bit better at protecting my trade routes than it is, but this is kind of the hand I was dealt in the area. And I'm also a little bit more active militarily, so I tend not to do as many patrols so much as I just have fleets kind of just naturally flying through these areas anyway. But you're absolutely right. What Naloth is talking about here is if you go to... I can never remember if it's in this menu or in... this. Here we go. Yeah, patrol. You can basically say, start at this point, go to this other one, and it'll take care of your pirate problems. It is incidentally best done with things like corvettes and destroyers. Each of your individual ships have a pirate suppression value. I don't think it says it. I don't think it says it here, but basically the bigger the ship, the less effective it is at stopping pirates. Yes, I showed him. Thank you, but I did correctly identify it. Sorry guys, just 1 second. All right. I think we're still working off the last hangover from our previous excesses. So in this case, let's just sell. I think actually I can afford to sell a bit more deeply. Again, that's such a shame because I rather wish like these numbers should be switched. But unfortunately, I freaked out at my losses from the last batch of piracy. So I'm selling the surplus. Fortunately, it does mean that I can buy even more in terms of alloys. And again, it's a little tedious to have to deal with it, but I really do like having these surplus robots to basically be able to colonize the worlds that have a lot of available jobs. And of course the space for it. Rent a Mario. Sunny Sun. That is, first of all, great name. That's wonderful to hear. Did you? I'm very curious about this. Did you play it during the free weekend, or was this something that you were already interested in, and the fact that it went on sale sort of enticed you to pick it up? I'm mostly curious how people come to Stellaris, because I originally got into this, well, one, because Paradox gave me the key, but two, because I was into Crusader Kings originally. So that was sort of my gateway drug. Ideally, I build a building that will get me 2 jobs. I still haven't sorted out what I want to do with this planet. This only gives me 1 soldier job, so that's not going to cut it. I usually kick the can down the road and build something else. I think in this case I'm going to build an administrative office. It doesn't have to become a major bureaucratic center, but we're still losing the battle against Empire Sprawl, so. But 2 weeks ago on Xbox, just play... Oh, yeah, okay, this is great. I also know that Xbox is actually going to be getting a lot of exciting changes. So I'm sure you already know that the console version was released after the main game came out, but this is this wiki. So I think the console version's up to Synthetic Dawn... Or no, they must be at Apocalypse now. So here's a question for you. When you play Stellaris on console right now, do the borders look like this? Like, are you limited to these hyperlanes, or are the borders still sort of these sort of blobs that like expand out from a circle on the planet? Like, does it kind of go out in a radius regardless of where the paths actually go? Or do you kind of have these more defined border? They look like okay, yeah. So I remember when the console version came out, it was just like base Stellaris. That would mean that you're up to Apocalypse now. Yeah, so the next ones that are coming up are like Distant Stars, Megacorp. Megacorp was a lot of fun. Ancient Relics. And then Federations has completely changed the diplomatic element to the game. So like this ally that I have here, the Greatest Wanipolity, were an aggressive sort of militarist neighbor, and they had a little bit of a stronger navy than me at the start. So I pretty much thought that this was going to be a short playthrough and that I was just done for. But essentially what happened was we were able to send these envoys, and we made it like really expensive for them to try and like make the relationship sour. And so we actually we blunted them with kindness, and we wound up going into a federation with them. So like the federation we're in right now is a trade league, which gives us a whole bunch of bonuses to we get extra consumer goods and whatnot from trade value and all of that. Megacorps has introduced this whole pop-based system. So instead of just like building a specialized building, which you still do, you have to like get to a certain population, and you sort of have each individual pop that's working its different tiles, and its happiness is going to affect things that are going on. So like in Megacorps, the industrial element of the game was really expanded, and then with Federations, which is the latest DLC that's come out, there's just this whole new set of diplomatic options. I also forgot the Galactic Council, so like the Space UN. There's a couple of really big DLC which have come out for PC, and I know will eventually be making their way to console. And they just completely cracked the thing open. So like one of the big things I'm doing right now, I actually have a lot of envoys, but I'm running into this problem where I don't have enough envoys to like go and do all of the diplomatic things that I want to do. So I need to start making some choices about who do I want to be friends with, who do I want to have as an enemy, what relationships am I sort of willing to let wither in order to sort of advance my interests. So but yeah, like this is I'm really excited about I think the thing that interests me so much is that there's a few people who've come in who said that they've gotten into this game from console, And if you had asked any Paradox fan, like the Paradox Development Studio games like Crusader Kings and Stellaris and all of that, everyone would have said that it can't be done, that these are PC-only games, they're too complicated. And I don't know who did the console port, but they absolutely just knocked it out of the park. I am so excited that people who, like, because consoles are, like, they're a major way in which most people experience their games. Most of the people I know who are gamers don't have PC, or, like, they have PCs, but they don't have PCs for gaming. Like, they almost always play on a PlayStation or an Xbox. And they're, they don't get to see stuff like this. And not only did Paradox manage to sort of break the curse of RTSs not really working on console, but they did it in a way that there's an entire new group of people who are experiencing games like this for the first time, and it's really exciting to just see some of the people coming in and checking them out. So. Another one that I think they did a good job on was Surviving Mars and City Skylines, a couple of city builders that did a good job on it. So, I mean, it depends. I mean, like, I stream, and I know I can stream on a console, but, like, for me, like, I use my PC for work stuff too. Like, I do all my, like, my statistical programs in the background run using that. So, for me, it's a little bit easier to say, well, I'll just buy a, PC++ to be able to get this extra stuff done. But, yeah, I don't know. It's, it's, especially with some of the subscription services that are coming out, it's actually becoming a little bit harder to justify a gaming PC because they're really expensive and the consoles just keep getting better. I don't know if the answer is going to be a console or if there's going to be some other solution that comes out. But with each new generation, I always keep wondering whether or not I need the PC. The thing is, because I use my PC for work stuff, I'm probably going to be one of the old guard that keeps insisting that owning your own PC is the right way to do it. But the quality case, I kind of feel keeps getting chipped away over time. Iterating on the standard conditioning regimen for ground troops has proven to make them more effective than direct combat. So again, I'd love that additional admin cap, but I tend to go for the lower cost, just so I don't neglect certain techs. We're also starting to get near the top of my naval capacity, so I should start thinking about another batch of upgrades for that. Let's move... Oh, I screwed up. The Neborite Republican Territories has completed the construction of their gateway and the Lingol system. Okay, that's actually not a bad... It's not a bad outcome for us, because again, if we turn them into a subsidiary, then we get that gate, but they pay for it. Okay, so let's resettle from Meneth. Sunny Sun, thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad you're having a good time. I should warn you guys, it's been really wonderful to have so many people watching and participating in chat. I do need to catch up on some work, and I actually still need to record a Morrowind episode because of the disaster that GOG put me through. So I might have to wrap up a little bit sooner rather than later, but especially because Uncle Cranky's still here. I did promise that I would show how you can do the Empire from or the Imperium of Man from Warhammer 40k if you're so inclined in this game. What was it? Kaylee said, once you start college, you build a PC. Yeah, I mean, that's another good excuse. I definitely got a nicer PC than I needed to for... Admittedly, it was when I had I got a TAing job. That was kind of the first time I knew that I needed to use a machine to crunch numbers slightly more effectively. But yeah, Kaylee K say, I have a PC that you love, but you still want to upgrade it, can't afford it. You literally went to get a new tower and wanted to rebuild your entire PC. It's such a tricky call too, because like one of the problems is that once you get on the treadmill of like upgrading your PC, you run into these problems of like, well, when do you upgrade your video card, right? Like, do I do it after, I think we're down 3 mining stations after that. Well, it'll give my construction ship something to do. Like, you get an expectation in terms of what your, all right, sorry, let me just double check this. So we need to build 2 city districts. Well, only let me do one at a time. Delcor has already got a city district on the way. We might as well build all of them. Like, you kind of get a certain expectation in terms of, like, equality, like whether it's, how quickly things happen, whether or not you're, a certain level of graphical fidelity. And we've kind of seemed to slow down a little bit in terms of the rapid pace, but at a certain point, like, that your processor doesn't hold up anymore, or your graphics card doesn't hold up anymore. And certainly, NVIDIA is going to want you to upgrade every year, or AMD is going to want you to upgrade your graphics card every year. AMD and Intel are going to want you to upgrade your processor every year. And it's tricky, right? Because, like, you want to be, you want to have fun with your toys. There's absolutely no reason for us to have mineral purification plants. I don't know what I was thinking on this world. But we can turn it into a new foundry. Unless I was doing it the other way around. I think I was probably going to turn, yeah. Unless I can find a better way of getting enough city districts down on here, I think I'm just going to have to accept that I'm not going to be able to do what I want with those mining districts. But yeah, it's just one of these points where, like, that it's not just the cost of building the PC, but it's the cost of maintaining. And that's one of the things that always has me wondering whether or not I'm gonna keep with it. All right, a new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Jomar Limited, led by, they call themselves the Post-Meta Jomar Purity Front. Their members seek to assert the primacy of Meta Jomar by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. Now, I'm assuming what happened was that faction vanished and then came back. Yeah, they've got all of 7 followers. It's going to be particularly hilarious.
Research concluded. A new federation has formed.
Oh, this is going to get interesting. So the League of Interlinked Systems voted to form a federation. They have chosen to go into the galaxy together as one. So the mandate of Ulu Umu is kind of a rival to us. They are they used to be in a defensive pact with the Cooperative of Menjusana. So this is going to get really interesting here. So the League of Interlinked Systems. So this is a really interesting shift. If they wind up inviting the Cooperative of Menjusana, then what this means is that they are stronger in terms of the the war that we'll ultimately get into. But I somewhat doubt that the Cooperative of Menjusana is going to want to join this faction. Because it used to be that the Divine Pazjak State and the Cooperative of Menjusana were not rivals, they were at war. So, yeah, this will be interesting. You get more PC than you need. You usually have them last over 5 years without needing to do anything with it. Then again, most of the games are survival or grand strategy, which usually don't require that much more. Yeah, I'm like, it's funny. I actually really like first-person shooters in that, and I tend to overbuild myself. It's so easy if you do statistical work, right? It's like, oh, I need an awesome GPU so that I can hook it up into my, my models, right? I work with terabytes of data. No, I really don't, but yeah, it's The streaming thing has definitely pushed it a lot harder, because what I tend to notice is that sometimes I used to be able to wait for a part, but I had a case where my video card died. And so it would mean that I either didn't stream for 6 to 8 months, or I needed to do that upgrade earlier than I wanted. So, all right, where are we? I think I'll do the. I was going to do shields, but we can spend the same time to get more shooty. Oop. Alright, Galactic Council emergency measure. The Cooperative of Menjusana has leveraged their council power to declare the resolution ban the organic slave trade an emergency measure. Awesome. And in this case, like, the council is completely united on this, so I'm sure there are some people who will not benefit from it. I'm actually one of the losers on this, because the slave market used to be a really great way that I could buy slaves and set them free as workers. But I feel rather strongly about slavery, so I'm okay to see that go by. I'm also going to make a list of the people who I hate as a result of this. Yeah, I think the biggest, to what Kaylee's writing about here, I actually think probably the biggest gain that most people are going to be facing, well, I say gain or upgrade that people will need to make, is that I think we're getting very close to the time where if you have a like a standard hard drive in your computer, it's going to be increasingly hard to game with it. I think kind of the death knell of the period where we were able to. Oh, looks like they did get into the Federation. I kind of think we're at the point now where if you, because of the next generation of consoles, I think there's going to be an expectation in terms of how fast you can read and write that we're not going to be able to go back to. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. All right, so now we do a handful of Corvettes. Falandrin, thank you very much for the follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for 15, sorry, just a second. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27. Sorry about that. Was it Nigrid? I would never want to. And then Kawakuma. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who just followed. I'm sorry this keeps getting knocked off the list, but please don't take the fact that I'm reading all of that I'm trying to keep track of my Corvette. I forgot the number. Damn it. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 27. So I need 17 more. All right, where were we? Also, hello, Kawakuma. All right, where were we? Cooperative Menjusana was given association status, so I believe if we go to war, I don't think we can even test this right now. Yeah, still waiting for 2 years. Okay, I actually need to make sure I'm getting on top of this. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if we go to war with them, we bring in the rest of the federations. I mean, in reality, it's not that much different from what we are already, what we're already going to be up against. But what will likely happen is that the Divine Pozjok state is going to create some problems for my allies. It's also possible that if they combine with these fleets, which they do have some teeth on them, I may wind up experiencing more losses than I would normally want in an encounter like this. But again, I'm going to continue down the path. I actually want more science more than anything. I'm going to keep slowly making claims until we do the war. Yeah, but I mean, my fleets are anywhere between 83 to 76. I mean, my Juggernaut on its own is 43k, so that's not. I'm not too worried about it. Oh, council election imminent. Well, I mean, we already know who the council's going to be. There's really nothing else in the galactic community to challenge us. Oh, this is interesting. So the Raxar decided that they wanted to get on side. I mean, again, I'm pretty sure the combined strength of the cooperative of Menjusana and Jomar Limited Us are going to be enough to force that through. But that's interesting that that's going to be so close. When is the crisis?
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Well, I mean, I definitely went very hard on that. One of the reasons for it was, like, the advanced starts in the game. So the cooperative of Menjusana was an advanced start. And the greatest Wani Polity was a very aggressive neighbor. So for me, it was basically I needed to get my tech up, or I was not gonna survive as an independent entity. So I've been sort of running on that treadmill, and once I mean, like, the question then became, well, why would I do anything? Like, now that I'm equal to my advanced start neighbors, like, why stop now? Why not just go nuts? And so I kind of developed a bit of a tech addiction. But now I technically don't need more of the consumer goods, but my tendency is to build consumer goods in the corporate buildings, because my usual view, and again, I've not lived this properly, is that the ideal number for consumer goods is 0, and that's better left off world, because in the end, every civilian factory I put on a world is an alloy factory that I didn't build. And I'm actually in the process now of converting a few of these consumer goods factories into foundries. But I got a little too panicky about some of the losses from piracy, so. You just installed this, so you'll probably play it this week. Awesome. Actually, Kaylee Cakes, I was thinking of trying to record a tutorial series specifically because I know you recently got this. So I recommend the tutorial. The tutorial's good, but please feel free to ask any questions if it comes down to it. You're about to play now, and like Sunny Sunsun, I've been threatening to stop playing for the past hour, so it's actually probably not a bad time anyway, because I'm trying. What I'm really trying to do is push myself to the point where we're getting ready for a fight with the cooperative of Menjusana, and then next week we'll actually do the war. But yeah, the crisis. I think the crisis starts in, like, depending on the default settings, I think it starts around 2400. Compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. You know what, Kaylee Cakes? Here's the best way for me to explain learning this game. For the rest of you in chat, especially if you're wanting to learn Stellaris, this analogy may not work really well, but I highly recommend Kaylee Cake's stream because she does a lot of sort of survival crafting style games she does them very well. So a lot of the games that you like to play have this progression system in terms of you start with a few resources, and as you play the game, you start unlocking, like, new patterns and new resources with which you can build things. Stellaris is like that too. The problem is that Stellaris gives you all of the things all at once. So when you play Stellaris, you're going to have energy credits, minerals, food, consumer goods, alloys, influence, unity, research. You'll know about special resources even though you won't have them. You'll have administrative cap, envoys, pops, a starbase limit. You'll have fleets. You'll be able to build any number of buildings on your planets. And if you don't do the tutorial, it's not going to give you any indication as to whether or not you should start with a resource depot or a lab on your first world. That's why I recommend the tutorial, because the tutorial will at least kind of give you some purchase on what some early moves might be. And the deal that Stellaris makes is this. One of the best skills that you can develop in a Paradox grand strategy game is to know what things you can afford to ignore at any given moment. That is the only way that I make sense of games like this, is that I know I can safely ignore 90% of what's on the screen at any given moment, and I know when I need to switch my attention to something that is a little bit closer to the aims that I'm going to achieve. But when you're starting a game, you don't necessarily know what you need to ignore and what you can pay attention to. So for instance, I know that I have ships in construction right now that are going to take me over my naval cap. I'm not too worried about that though, because I know I'm building enough resources that it's not going to matter that my cost for ships is going to be going up. Yeah, the biggest thing is that, the trade-off is it asks a lot of you at the start, but when you get it, you're still going to be learning new things about the game 100 hours in, and that's one of the ways that and I mean, they're also going to be adding things over the months. Even if you don't buy the DLC, there's usually a free patch that comes along, and you get some big features off of that as well. So it'll probably be overwhelming at the first time. Usually, most people's first encounter with a Paradox game tends to be a very character building experience. But the good news is that like if you get into it, I cannot think of something that is more exciting than games like this. Like I absolutely love running through. Off-topic question from Midori Musha. Have you heard about the new Cultist Simulator DLC? Yes. There might be a really special thing that happens on release of the Cultist Simulator DLC, and I don't know. Those of you who've been following the channel for a while probably know what's coming up. I haven't actually cleared whether or not I can say exactly what yet, but yes, there will be fun stuff coming up. Okay. I'm a little worried about the Zidane Free Traders. So they've got association status. I don't believe they get thrown into the war, but these guys definitely give the Econo a run for their money. So their inclusion in the Federation becomes a bit of a liability. You only had 2 DLC when it went on sale for half if you bought them all. It's like a brand new game. Yeah, it's good. I'm not a dev, Sunny Sun, but I do know the developers from Cultist Simulator, along with a couple of other. This has been one really cool thing about Twitch streaming is that I've gotten to know a few of the people who develop games have stopped by as a result of me either streaming their games or streaming something, related. It's been kind of neat to be able to get a bit of an insight into a side of game development that I wouldn't normally
Ship
have encountered.
upgrades applied.
I think in this case I'm gonna see, this is the tricky one. I don't know if I want to go crazy on administrative offices. No, you know what? We're gonna go for alloys on this world. I should also say too, so the new one that's going to be coming out, it will cost more than the previous DLC, but the word count for the content is over. I actually think it is larger than the base game for Cultist Simulator. So I think it's going to be a $10 DLC, which is still, I mean, that's pretty inexpensive. That's basically the cost of a story pack for Stellaris. And I believe the intention on that one is essentially to make it so that people who are already familiar with the game
hostile station.
Will have entirely new experiences to kind of to deal with. I'm really interested in seeing how they transform it. There have been people in working with the beta, but the big thing is that I really like being able to jump in totally blind on a stream. There's very few opportunities I get to be able to do that. So yes, the kind of lead developer or creative director or whatever the term is did the Horizon signal, which we've got here, and I've been ignoring because I don't want to have that thing trigger at the time I go to war. But we are going to be doing the horizon signal before the end of the Oh, actually, you know what? Sorry, Sunny Sun. I need to slightly correct that. I do actually now have a credit on a small game because I had a small role on a team. So I technically am not allowed to say I'm not a dev. I am not a dev on any of the stuff that you will be watching on this stream. That is for sure. You don't know what Cultist Simulator is, but you'll be down to hang with Chalky. He's the Dark Souls of good people. But yeah, Midori Misha, it was the Horizon Signal. Actually, the patch name was named after the writer. And Uncle Cranky, I will give you a DM about what it is. All right, I'm due to upgrade the core. I also need to get the core close to the front line as soon as possible, and we have too many resources as is our way. And I got nothing I can do with these minerals, so we will sell them. Ooh, that's a lot lower than I normally want to go, but that's fine because I've got cool stuff I can build with it. It's really dark here now, so we said 17 more Corvettes, right? We should definitely be able to have that up and running. In fact, we might have this thing ready to go before the war breaks out. Okay, so that's my new fleet dealt with. I might as well get the new commander. So I could do... I do like gale speed. Oh man, daily hull regen? That's really good. I think I am going to go for the gale speed though. You wonder what the focus will be. We still don't have the Edge or Secret Histories, but that's not what the stream's about. No worries. It's not too much of a deal. I mean, it is a writer for Stellaris, right? But my understanding is it will be Edge focused. All right, Waleus. I'm still waiting on the changes we're making. So although the arcology project's almost done, let's find... All right. So I'm definitely running into some housing problems, but I'll deal with that in a future stream. How's the vote going? Yeah, it's going to take us... Wow, actually, this might fall. Galaxy sure does love its slavery. The years just fly by, don't they, Post-Meta Jomar? It has now been 10 years since we arranged our trade deal for rare crystals. Do you wish to extend the deal for another decade? Yes. Okay.
War has been declared.
Oh. That's the Econo Citizen Alliance against the Zedran... Okay, so... we just got pulled into that. Oh, that's really interesting. So they were the aggressor, and yet I get pulled into this war? How's that work? I thought we voted on it. I guess it was majority vote without consulting me. Fair enough. If this war doesn't get... well, actually, there's one small bonus that'll come out of this. So the potential drawback is that might spike my effort to open up a new front. But if we can get through this quickly, we also might be in a situation where the Federation that we face against is a lot weaker. So here's what I'm going to do to try and speed things along. It's just a nice little chance for me to practice with my fancy fleets. In these particular cases, I want to repair before
Ship
I move.
Upgrades applied.
Before I move ahead. All right, the ocean's in good shape. In fact, given that there's a war starting now, this may not be a bad time to end because I know I'm going to have to be focusing my attention pretty carefully. All right. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to call it here. So let's do a quick recap of what we accomplished, what we're going to be focusing on for the next few streams. I will do for Cranky. I'm going to give him a quick demo of how you can make the Imperium of Man in Stellaris, and then we'll see if I can find a. I'll see if I can find a Stellaris stream to host for the evening. So this was kind of a rebuilding stage, just because we did just get off of a war with the Cooperative of Menjusanda, and we still have a little while before it expires. So in February of 2091, so in 2 years, we're going to be able to take them on. Now the great news here is that when we finished the war, we actually finished the war early with a status quo because of they were at equivalent fleet power. I suspect this is through the construction of extra fleets. I mean, I'm at the point now where I've got 4 Titans in my different fleets, and then a Juggernaut to boot. I suspect it's probably the expansion of my existing fleets rather than any inherent weakness on their part. Now, one thing that has changed since then is they've now joined a federation, which means that if I go to war with them, I'm likely going to war with the Divine Posjok state, and my sensor range actually is able to tell me what I'm up against. So the good news is here, it looks like they're very far behind technologically. We don't get to see in the middle of the territory, so this could just be a forward fleet, but I'm not so sure about it, right? They're at a wormhole, so that's a fairly aggressive position for them to be in. These guys definitely have a much bigger worry, so they're sitting at about 112,000 or thereabouts for their large fleet strength. And again, the important thing here is not that I'm really scared about them rolling over me. Like, if I just want to make it a pound-for-pound fight, I take the core through the sail, I just barrel them up to their capital world and, tell them to, do something about it. But the strategy I've normally employed here has been to try and also nibble at this part of their territory, just so I can get some cheap war score for for taking these planets. And one of the really big things for me on that is I want to be able to I want to basically give them something so that they'll split their fleet's attention. If I can get their main fleets to go and try and defend these, which I have absolutely no claims on, it means that my main fleets can run rampant around this side, which has all of the planets that I actually want to take. Yeah, no problem. There you go, Karen. I hope you have a good night as well. So, I mean, we've been building towards that, right? We're technically over the naval capacity, and to be honest with you, I don't have any really good plans for how to get out from under this, right? If you look at most of my star bases, we've kind of filled up. I may, for a couple of these, I've been building some more hangar bays because of the piracy problems. We have a little bit of space to maybe add a few extra anchorages, but in the end, like, we're getting close to some hard limits in terms of naval capacity. The fact of the matter is, I think I'm just going to eat the cost and make sure that I'm building enough alloys to cover it. We're also doing pretty well as far as energy credits are concerned, but it's something to keep in mind, right? The fact that they're in a federation, I mean, I've got a federation too, so I'm not specifically worried about it, but obviously being able to face off against weaker enemies is better than going after stronger ones. I am fairly confident, though, after this one, this basically will beyond the the particulars of of dealing with like there'll be the formality of trying to take them out for good, but I'm pretty sure once we finish this one, we're 2 systems away from their capital world. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this, like for me, this part I'm going to try and turn into a subsidiary. And one of the reasons why I want to take kind of this portion is it moves me up against the Divine Posjok state. This is just a natural, extension. Like at this point, I take the fact that they're weaker than me. Maybe I want to try and... I can't give them subsidiary status because they're in a federation, but maybe I try and do some kind of vassalization or something like that. What would be particularly funny... it's not the Adix Watchers. One of these is now weaker than me. Oh, it's not. I need to look at the contacts. Oh yeah, it is the Adix Watchers. So they are dismissive. It'd be wonderful if I could try and offer them subsidiary status, but they tend not to like me because of my... Well, no, they do like me because I'm the chosen of the Great Prophet. Anyways, I did promise design, so our faction design. So we will say goodnight. So yeah, it's all going to be all about war. I'm going to try and end this one a little bit quicker than it normally would, just by sort of running my strong fleets around some easy to take territories. I don't necessarily want to do the Econo's job for them, but I do want to make sure that they've got their head in the game when it comes time for me to enforce my territorial demands. And if being at war will prevent my federation from opening a second one, I want this thing to finish as early as possible. And again, these are people that might get thrown into a fight with the cooperative of Menjusana anyway, so it's probably not a bad idea to defang them. Like I said, we wanted to talk. So one of the things that's really great about Stellaris is the fact that it's this wonderful sort of canvas on which you can paint whatever science fiction story you want, and they do a great job of giving you lots of really creative and sort of interesting species. Some of these are because I have species pack. Other ones, like the Blorg Commonality, came as part of the base game itself. But maybe you don't like coming up with science fiction stories like I did here. And I know last stream we kind of went into all of the different ones that I came up with. Maybe what you want to do instead is, and this is one of the problems that Stellaris had to deal with at the start, right, was, if you get a Star Wars game, you know what you're signing on to. If it says Star Trek on the box, you have an idea about the backstory of this world. To a point, we're at a point now where even if you haven't seen Star Trek, you kind of get what it's about, and you have an idea about what the tone is. All of the previous Paradox Grand Strategy games had history, right? So if you know about the Age of Discovery, you're okay for Europa Universalis. If you're a World War II buff, you're going to understand what the state of the world is for Hearts of Iron 4. If you like Rome, Imperator Rome, it's in the title. I believe Cranky still has some strong opinions about Carthage. But basically, in the case of Stellaris, they had a really clever solution to this, which is if you get the deluxe edition of this game, there's actually an ebook of a bunch of science fiction short stories. If you've not watched them, I highly recommend watching the trailers for the different DLC in Stellaris, because one of the ways that they sell this game is to actually tell their science fiction story. So like the Apocalypse story, or the trailer has events that actually set up kind of the next couple of trailers in terms of responses and whatnot. But in any case, if you want, maybe you say, okay, you know what, this is fine, but I'm maybe not inclined towards coming up with my own science fiction stories. What I really want is I want to play the Star Wars game I never got, or I want to play the Warhammer 40k game that I never got. And so, Stellaris isn't making its own science fiction. Well, it does make its own science fiction universe, but that's not necessarily what it's all about. What it is instead is it's kind of all science fiction And if you want to do anything from like the Wall-E robots to, Foundation, you probably have the tools to be able to do it. So obviously we're going to do standard humanoid. Yeah, we'll leave that. We don't need to leave it by. I guess probably Roman sounding names is most appropriate for the Imperium of Man. I don't know if there's like a canonical... Actually, here's what we can do, because there are humans in Stellaris. So adaptive, nomadic, and wasteful is their definition of humanity. So we'll start with that. All right. I believe people have made a Warhammer 40k mod. I will admit that I have not really done any mods for this game yet. I have tried making one. Oh wow, I didn't know that they added more starting solar. Cool. Or I guess they call it Terra. Or no, Terra is a Battletech thing. I feel like they call it Terra in 40k. Somebody can correct me on that. Because it's the internet. I know they'll do it even if I don't want them to. But yeah, somebody can tell me what the official name of Earth is in the Warhammer 40k. Clap slap, thank you very much. Holy Terra. Oh, yeah, that's... Thank you very much for that follow. Sorry, it was Negriro. I think was the name that I missed last time. Sorry for the belated. Thank you for that. Sorry, I was babbling on about something else. Okay, well let's. So I mean, prosperous unification would definitely be a description of what the Emperor did in the deep, deep history of Warhammer 40. Oh yeah, sorry, Kuma was asking. So yeah, apparently there is a Warhammer 40k version of this. There's also a Star Trek and a Star Wars mod. I can't vouch for its quality. All I really know about modding is how to do it, and the modding tools are actually quite impressive in this game, but it definitely requires some attention. So I'm going to say that I'm definitely going to say the only other thing I could think would be hegemon, but that sort of means that you wind up starting as a federation, and I don't think it's fair to say that the Imperium of Man is a federation. So in this case, I'm going to say that it's a prosperous unification under the Empire and the Imperium. All right, so I think it's fair to say it's an imperial rule. So the way that you build your empire is you have 3 ethic points. I believe it costs all 3 if you want to be a Gestalt consciousness, so that's a hive mind or now machine intelligence with the Synthetic Dawn species pack. Hive minds are from the the Utopia DLC. Machine intelligence is from not Megacorp, Synthetic Dawn. If you have one but not the other, you still get access to Gestalt consciousness, but do keep in mind that it disables a tutorial, so I don't recommend doing it on the first run. Anyways. So, what are the things that you might want to see for the Empire? Well, I mean, you can definitely go fanatic versions on it, but I would say a fair description would be authoritarian, spiritualist, militarist. So, authoritarian, a strong guiding hand is essential to the success of any civilization. The alternative would be anarchy and chaos. It is the duty of the state to steer its citizens towards the paths that are most productive. Then spiritualist. There are those who think that it behooves us to remember how tiny we are, how pointless our lives are in the vast uncaring universe. What nonsense. The only truth we can ever know is that of our own existence. The universe in all its apparent glory is but a dream we all happen to share. So when you see that description, you're like, okay, actually maybe it isn't spiritual. Maybe it's xenophobic. The stakes could not be higher as we reach into the vast uncharted expanses of the galaxy, for we are gambling with the very survival of our species. Never trust the alien, its false smile hides an unknowable mind. That definitely seems a lot more appropriate, right? Yeah, so Uncle Cranky, yeah, I was going to say, I had a suspicion that I'd get Uncle Cranky screaming at his monitor. So this is one of the things, like, this reinforces the idea of how you learn a game like Stellaris. You mouse over, you read what the descriptions are, and you feel like the only person on the internet who knows basically nothing about Warhammer 40k. Well, I actually only ever played Warhammer Fantasy Battles, Midori Musha, but I am fond of the Dawn of War series. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's a neat science fiction series, for sure. But if you try to get a handle on it by reading the wiki, like, it's endless text. Like, if you think I go on for a long time, like, the Warhammer wikis are pretty mental. I would say you can't really do materialist because it definitely seemed like cannot use AI outlawed. Well, I definitely don't think that's consistent with the Imperium of Man. It's definitely not egalitarian. It's definitely not xenophilic. It's spiritualist, but it's not spiritualist in the way that's described in this game. So my inclination would be to do an imperial government, authoritarian, militarist, and xenophobe. And you could potentially pull away from one of these to go fanatic in any of them. But I think you can't really, I mean, I guess you can kind of say, well, we've already got authoritarian through imperial. So, but I don't know. I kind of feel like you have to have authoritarian because it really is built around you've got it built around the Emperor. But one of the reasons why I wanted to say it's like, okay, we read the description of spiritualist and maybe this isn't the right one for us. There is still, there are things that you can do here to try and describe what's going on. Now, the thing is that a lot of these could fit, multiple, I don't think there's a consensus about what the best one would be. Philosopher King, that might be, reasonable because you're talking about the Emperor. Nationalistic zeal, that's definitely a description. Feudal society, that's almost certainly true. Distinguished admiralty, all of these would fit. I suppose if I was... I think because of the way Cranky talks, I'll maybe put it as a Philosopher King and... I kind of think I would do Nationalistic Zeal, to be completely honest. Efficient bureaucracy is 100% not the Imperium. Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, then you can move on,
Maintaining state cohesion as we venture into space presents a unique challenge. We shall face the challenge head on, and we shall be stronger for it.
Oh, okay, we can do that. Warrior culture. Oh yeah, actually warrior culture. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking of that. Yeah, warrior culture is 100% appropriate. We can do feudal society.
Dissent is forcefully discouraged.
These alien savages must be taught to kneel when in the presence of their betters. Under no circumstances must the Xeno be trusted. It will lie, it will cheat, and it will do anything in its power to undermine the efforts of those who in truth are its superiors.
Only in battle can the true mettle of any sentient organism be measured. Have at thee!
This channel is now under military control. Obey all instructions transmitted here and report any insurgent activity to the nearest occupation officer. Have a nice day.
This wouldn't be appropriate for the Imperium, but I really love this one.
No great advance is made without great sacrifice.
But obviously the one that you are required to do in all Stellaris playthroughs is...
Workers of the galaxy, unite! You have nothing to lose but your restraining fields. The springs of cooperation flow most abundant. Those who need will receive. Those who make will make wonders.
Anyways.
Under no circumstances must the Xeno be trusted.
And... you can pick your flags and ship appearance and whatnot. But yeah, that's, I think, kind of a decent example of how you might do something like realize the Imperium of Man in Stellaris. There was a little talk of Cultist Simulator earlier, so I definitely need to share a very important thing that you can do inside of this one. So yeah, let's say we're spiritualists and criminal heritage. There we go. And oh, where are we?
I serve the faithful. There is no greater.
We'll leave that be for now. And then we'll go for one of these. And oh yeah, sorry, for rooms, obviously for the Empire you go for that background. That was Space Lenin. That was added in the Megacorps expansion. All right. Just trying to think if there's a... Oh yeah, you have to start with Doomsday on this one. Yeah, so Midori Misha got it. Why can't I remember the name anymore? It's the Lantern. Oh God, because it's the first one that I won with, and then I moved everything else. Could somebody remind me what the proper name for the Lantern Cult and Cultist Simulator is? It's the... God, I feel like such a... You know, maybe it's in my achievements. It is the Mirror of Glory. Oh yeah, you got it. Thank you. So yeah, there you go. You got Pope Clifton, Subversive Cult, Criminal Heritage, Gospel of the Masses. You can make the Mirror of Glory in Cultist Simulator. But yeah, so I think that's probably one of the things that keeps me coming back to Stellaris. I mean, obviously the DLC always gives me new, like new game mechanics to play with. But there is a reason why every single one of these species has a backstory written for them. It is one of my favorite parts about starting a new Stellaris playthrough, is the ability to kind of make a new species each time. In fact, like Rhizome Capital is to a point where it has its own. Oh, you could also put Cat Caro as the. I think Cat Caro is relatively easy to realize in the different portraits. Just the beard is kind of recognizable for Clifton. So I think Rhizome Capital is the one that probably has the biggest sort of fan support for that playthrough. But this is probably the biggest thing that keeps me coming back to Stellaris, is that to me it's more than just moving a bunch of numbers around on a screen. And I love games like that, right? I like EU4, I like Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings was one of the first things I ever played on Twitch. I learned Crusader Kings on Twitch. But to be able to like really invest myself in the creation of these species and to tell these science fiction stories, really, that's really the thing that kept me going through. That is an excellent question, Ko Akuma. I'm actually going to give you a resource that you might find helpful. So, a couple things to keep in mind about the species packs. For plantoids and humanoids, the only mechanical change that the species packs will give you, I'm sorry guys to make this such an extended goodbye, but I do, especially when it comes to helping people decide where they want to put their money for the game, I think that's something worth taking the time to share. So for most of the species pack, the only change to the game will be that if you are the same sort of species type, you get I believe you still get a relation bonus. So I think, I'm just trying to think of another, it at least used to be the case. Oh God, yeah, I actually don't know. I don't know how it affects this new system, but it used to be the case that you would get slightly better relations with people if you were like humanoid and humanoid. That may not be true anymore. The only species pack that has another gameplay edition right now is the Lithoid species pack. And I can actually show you exactly what that does because I've got some in the Shapa. So if you have a Lithoid, first of all, they look cool as hell. They consume minerals instead of food. They grow at they grow at 3/4 of the rate of other species. They get a 50% bonus to habitability. They get 50% bonus to army health, and they have a longer leader lifespan. They also get this really neat mechanic where you can actually dig new pops out of mountains, which is kind of, I don't know, I think that one's kind of funny. Yeah, it is $212 for all the DLC, although they do tend to go on sale quite a bit. So, but directly to, they missed an opportunity to create species and share them into a pool that other players can draw from. Yeah, Rob Stark. I mean, I think the problem with that is that it does really seem that the ability to make certain types of species is one of the paid features of the DLC. So like Utopia gives you hive minds and Synthetic Dawn gives you so like there's nothing saying that you can't like share your save folder. I believe if you share the folder it will share the species. The problem is that I think they probably had a decision about is like what do we put behind the paywall and what do we not. I know in the case of EU4, they put behind like a helper function, like the macro is behind Mandate of Heaven, which I was a little annoyed by. So I think in this case, I kind of know why they did it. I don't necessarily need to. I definitely don't need to say that it's the right choice. Obviously, they need to decide how they're going to demonstrate the value to the players. But I suspect probably that was the biggest holdback. But yeah, sorry, Koakuma had a specific question about what species packs to go through. So first of all, now this again, do not think that the species pack don't add value. So humanoids also gives you more music. It gives you a new set of names. Plantoids, I actually quite like the look of the plantoids. But yeah, so basically, the species packs are the most mechanically light out of the DLC that you can get. And then Stellaris kind of follows this tick-tock sort of pattern. So usually you go story pack and then sort of major expansion, story pack, major expansion, story pack, major expansion. I think the consensus is that like Utopia is one of the must-haves. I kind of feel like Apocalypse is too, but that's, that's neither here nor there. What I am going to recommend that you do, though, is that if you go to the Stellaris wiki, which is within the game itself, you're actually going to see the list of what comes in the DLC and what comes in the free update. So for Leviathans, Auto Explore, Rally Points, Expansion Planner, all these things here. I mean, we take this for granted now, right? That's what you got with Leviathans. If, on the other hand, Enclaves, Guardians, that sort of stuff, being able to take on some of the Leviathans themselves, that would be a time when you want to buy that story pack. Do you want to play Skynet? You know that you want to buy Synthetic Dawn. Do you want to be able to have the Death Star? Well, you're going to buy Apocalypse. But if, on the other hand, you just really cared about the new borders and that, you got that for free with Apocalypse. There is, I think, a very unfair reputation when the story pack comes out. People are like, oh, it's just a story pack. Why don't they give it a full expansion? Distant Stars, to me, breathed entirely new life at a time where I kind of felt like I knew what every event was. And to have variety in terms of new... to have that variety in terms of like new anomalies and all of that, like to have new events that would come up, things that are still surprising me. I think that just breathes new life into the game, and that's one of the reasons why I recommend that people, none of these are that hard to read, right? They have a pretty clear breakdown in terms of the features. This one, they did sort of push them off into their own section because this was Megacorps. This is where they added like all of the. This is where they add all of the pops. If you don't like reading, by the way, there's like if you watch the YouTube video associated with it, like you can hear it in charming Swedish accents, what you get in that as well. But like, I tend to find that what I find interesting in Stellaris is not necessarily going to be what somebody else finds interesting in Stellaris. And of course, for me, because I stream this and because Paradox has been very good at sort of giving me the latest DLC to promote the game, the fact of the matter is I have not been at a point where I have played anything but the most up-to-date version of Stellaris on release. Yeah, the only reason I'm accessing it in-game is that you guys can't see my Steam overlay, so rather than show people, like there's a wiki like this for every Paradox game. You can go to paradoxwikis.com, or each of them have their own hot link, stellariswiki.com, for instance. So Fenris SE says here, like, Synthetic Dawn, like I like Synthetic Dawn a lot. I think Synthetic Dawn was one of the first species that I came up with where I was like, I just came up with a really cool story here. So I think one of the things that's really good to do with this game is take a minute. I mean, it's your money, right? And you want to make sure that you're getting the most out of it. Take a second with these. Know that story packs are going to be giving you flavor, and expansions are going to be giving you generally more mechanics. But that's a rule of thumb. That's not really drilling down. The best thing that you can do really is actually to see Paradox's own words about what you get in terms of these expansions. And when they go on sale, you can just start filing them in sort of one at a time, and it's also a really good way to learn the new mechanics, because if you start playing Stellaris and you have all the new DLC turned on, that's just a whole bunch of extra stuff that you're going to have to learn. Whereas if you kind of pick these up one at a time, you have fewer degrees of freedom. You're going to be able to focus, okay, I've got this new thing now. I just bought the DLC and I really want to do this cool new thing. That tends to shape what types of decisions that you make. But I'd say Species Pack are the most flavor-oriented. Fewest mechanics, although they do wind up giving you some more like Paradox-generated species to play with, so that's kind of nice. Story packs tend to give you a little bit more in terms of the interesting things to see in the universe. And again, anomalies are mechanics, but they're not necessarily like, they're not allowing you to blow up somebody's homeworld. And then, Utopia, Apocalypse, Megacorp, and now Federations are the ones where it's like, we've introduced a really big new change to this game, and this thing works differently from other things inside of the game, so... Yeah, so like Distant Stars is a perfect example of something where like there's the L gate and stuff like that it added. Although I think the L cluster was I can't remember if the L cluster's behind No, it does say expansion features on here, so maybe the L cluster isn't in the. This is the problem with you kind of being in at the ground floor on this. It's hard for me to sometimes be able to articulate the differences. Because again, I've never played, like once the L cluster came in, I've never played a game of Stellaris that didn't have the L cluster. But yeah, like basically I'd say, like if you don't want to really focus on a ton of new mechanics, the story packs are great because you get some anomalies to surprise and delight you. If you're like, you know what, I finally want to blow up somebody's homeworld, you get Apocalypse. And that's probably the best way, especially armed with that wiki that's going to give you in kind of very straightforward terms what you are paying for and what you got for free with the associated patch. I think honestly that's probably the best way to not just rely, again, like no disrespect to anybody who does these videos. I think they serve a really important use for people who don't want to do that kind of research. But I think being able to say, you know, I'm not going to get this YouTuber or this Twitch streamer's opinion about what the best expansion is. I'm going to say what I'm interested in science fiction, and I'm going to map that to what I see on the wiki here. I tend to find that a little bit more consistent with what I find interesting about Stellaris, which is it's a game that you definitely take and make your own, and it's stronger for that. And if you're looking for kind of a top 10 list, I'm pretty sure if you do a search for that on YouTube, there's probably a couple of very well-known YouTubers that have talked about what they think are the best expansions. I tend not to. I think I like every game that I play, and like I like everything. Like if I'm streaming it, I'm already kind of biased towards thinking it's the best thing ever. And so I sometimes like giving people a chance to, well, you know, the old saying, right? You build a man of fire, keep him warm for a day, set a man on fire, keep him warm for life. But yeah, absolutely, Fenris. I see. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely, I mean, it's huge. I definitely think that Utopia is probably the closest that Stellaris gets to a must-have expansion. Like, I just think what it added and what what you get out of it, I think it opens up the most opportunities, and I think it opens in terms of both flavor and mechanics that it unlocks. I really feel that is the one that probably is the most logical. Like if somebody said, don't give me your song and dance, just tell me what to buy, my first choice would probably be Utopia, if I'm honest. The other thing I will say though, guys, please do check out the trailers for these DLC. They're really cool, and they actually build up a whole world going on in the background. So it's fun to look at the marketing. So in fact, if you join a game where if the host has all the DLC, you will have access to all the DLC for that play session. So it's completely even. Now keep in mind that in multiplayer you're probably going to be going up against people who are very experienced, and there's going to be a bit of a gap in that. But otherwise, there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say what you have as much of an opportunity to win as the next guy. I'm trying to find somebody who's got a smaller stream. Actually, you know what? Maybe okay. I don't know who Helfdan 3 is, but Helfdan 3 is streaming Stellaris, and the title is Stellaris with Friends. So, my opinion on other Paradox games? I like them all. I actually even liked Imperator Rome, which has a lesser opinion. It's huge. I'm actually 2 hours past the time I was going to finish, so I'd love to answer these questions, but I've got a lot of stuff I need to catch up on, so I'm sorry I can't answer your questions. If you have something really pressing, feel free to reach out on Twitter or a direct message here. Otherwise, I stream Stellaris every Monday, or at least a Paradox game every Monday. And I usually stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So if you want, I'd be happy to answer them live on stream at any of those times. But if you want me to follow up with them, reach out on Twitter, Twitch, whatever works for you, and I'll try and answer them as best as I can. I'm sorry the time didn't work out for us, right? But how long does the game normally last? I mean, for me, it lasts forever. Maybe somebody in chat might be able to answer a bit better. I'm gonna host Healthdan. I've never actually watched this person, but they are doing Stellaris multiplayer, so I think this would actually be a really good way to transition from what we did, what we were just doing, to the big reveal in chat that there's multiplayer here. So, yes, and I do have a pre-recorded Morrowind stream, which I actually need to record right now on Tuesdays. So anyways, guys, I do need to go. So thank you very much for watching. Please stick around for Healthdan, who is streaming Stellaris with friends. It does say backseat gaming allowed, so I'm sure that some of you will finally be able to unleash your enthusiasm for the game. And I'm sure they'll be willing to answer some questions about the game that I couldn't answer for you. So terribly sorry about that, but have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Oh, wait, I need to we'll let the pulse go up as it goes by. Hey, that's not a bad number of you coming along. Thanks for coming along. Have a good night, guys. See you next time.